Flake version 5. Flake is using, in this version, is going to be looking mostly at Houdini, a bit of Cinema 4D, a bit of Octane After Effects. So Anthony, our tutor, Anthony Geara, he's a procedural generator at World and has an MSc, Advanced Computational Design degree at Design Morphine. He's an animator and visual arts enthusiast. Anthony Geara has always been in perpetual exploration with computer graphics, graduating from Quantum College of Design and 3D Interactive Arts, specializing in character and creature animation and animation mentor. Moved on to a professional environment, excelling across a diverse range of areas in CG, lighting, shading, VFX, and motion design. Recently graduated from Design Morphine with a master's in advanced computational design, having worked in post-production games and design studios. His works evolved into bridging the gap between technical crafts and visual narratives, diversifying his palette. So welcome here, Anthony. If you're here, if you can please unmute. Oh, hey, there you are. Welcome. We can't hear you yet. No, don't hear you.
How about now?
Yeah, now we hear you.
Weird. I was trying to get the mic from here, but I don't know why it's not working.
No worries.
Hey, thanks, Mike, for having me, honestly, on this webinar. I'm excited to be here and to celebrate Dream Flake with you guys.
Yeah, before we start, just a quick thing to the attendees here. After the webinar, you'll get an email with the recording link. If you didn't whitelist our email address, it might end up in your spam. It's usually within 24 hours from the webinar ending. Just want to remind that not everyone learns at the same pace. We want to give you as much content as possible. So if you can't keep up with the webinar, feel free to just watch it and then go back to the recording and watch it at your own pace. With that being said, if you do have any questions, please ask questions with the Q&A button so you can keep track of them. So if you see where all your buttons are on the bottom, there's one that says Q&A. That would be the best place to ask questions. And then for you also, Anthony, that Q&A button, if you press that, will give like a pop-up, and that's where you'll be able to see questions. So that's where Anthony will probably be paying attention to for questions. And make sure to switch your chat to say everyone. Otherwise, you're just writing to me. And yeah, okay, I'll give it over to you. You want to share your screen just so we can make sure that that's all good. And I'll be here.
Cool. Right, you guys can see my screen.
Coming up. So right now we see the whole desktop.
Yeah,
is that what you wanted?
Yeah, I just want to show first, like, I'm just gonna go over, like, you know, presenting a bit of my work. If that's fine, like, just so people can understand. So yeah, as Mike mentioned, I'm a CG artist with a VFX background. Moved on to recently, like, motion design, and got really interested in advanced computational design recently when I came across Design Morphine. So this is kind of like my art station, some of the works I've worked on prior to Design Morphine. I work a lot with, as I said, in VFX, so we've worked a lot in shading and started using Houdini just as a way to kind of expand further my knowledge in Cinema 4D. So that's kind of how I started with Houdini. This is some of the stuff that I worked on in the masters, which was pretty interesting and amazing experience. Definitely recommend whoever's looking into getting a master's in computation, definitely check it out. Currently, yeah, I've been working a bit with Mike as well in Wilder World. I'm not sure how much I can show, but I'm just showing here like a few, like a small, a quick, cool building generator that I worked on recently, all using Houdini and procedural tools. So moving on to kind of what we're going to be doing today, I just want to like a small disclaimer that I will be going a bit slow and I'll try to explain every single thing I'm talking about, but I think it's a good idea to kind of check out. There's a lot of resources online for, you know, getting started in Houdini and understanding a bit the whole layout and interface and where things are and how it functions. But I'll go over, you know, like I'll try to go with baby steps with you guys. So, because I'm going to assume that some of you don't have that experience. So I kind of did a quick like kind of overview here of what we're going to be covering today. So we're going to start off with some DOPs, which are the dynamic operators in Houdini. We're going to go into two solvers. One is the flip solver, which is really cool, very physically accurate fluid solver. We're going to look at a lot of different ways of how to control it and to kind of extract different like cool base meshes to kind of reprocess later in surface operators. We'll also look at some POPs, which are basically particle systems. We're not going to go into a lot of like VEX and stuff like that. We're just going to use a lot of the shelf tools and some presets maybe, and I'll just go over the basic functionalities and the main stuff that you need to know to kind of pump out quickly cool shapes and meshes. So then we're gonna move on to SOPs. We'll take those meshes and we'll run a few like obviously some VDB meshing. I'll explain a bit more later on that, just to extrapolate, you know, all the points and particles and try to make sense of it, try to create a mesh with polygons. Then we'll look into some of the remeshing tools and techniques in Houdini and how we can kind of utilize very dense mesh and try to, you know, treat it a bit more with more control. We're also going to look at MOPs, which are motion operators, really cool plugin that some motion designers created. Actually, I have a tab here open. These guys are, I think you might notice Moritz and this is Toad Storm Henry. These guys are really like kind of innovative motion designers. And if you look back at their history as well, they've come quite kind of from a C4D environment or landscape. So they've created this MOPs, motion operators, which helps us kind of, you know, have more fun with Houdini and not worry about a lot of the expressions and, you know, like stuff like quaternions and stuff like that, which I know sometimes you want to do stuff quickly. So you just want to jump in and you have an idea, you want to create it quickly. And honestly, MOPs is one of the things that has helped me be able to approach Houdini faster. Then we're going to look at some of the labs tools. There's like PolySlice, which is a really interesting recent tool they've released from SideFX Labs. Then we'll go back into a bit of more remeshing, try to clean up our meshes and make sure that they're ready for rendering. So we don't have like all these artifacts and stuff like that. And then finally, we'll look at how to export our work in a production-ready kind of way, so that it doesn't have to necessarily go into C4D. It can also go into Maya, Max, Keyshots, all the other kind of DAG softwares. Then in C4D, we're going to look at how we're going to prep and import all that data that we kind of exported from here so that we could start working our procedural shading in Octane. I'll talk a bit more later once we get to that phase as to why I've personally chosen Octane. You could do it in any renderer, but we'll see later why I chose Octane. Then we'll do a bit of lighting and rendering, just like some HDRI, some 3-point light setups. And then we'll talk a bit about AOVs and how to export all the passes that we would need to kind of have more control and just dial in the last 10% of an image and make it pop at the end. And then, you know, we'll go into After Effects and we'll see how much time we have there as to, you know, how far we can push the shade. Like we'll reconstruct the whole shader in with some compositing tricks and all that, and work on some post-production. So with that being said, I think we have quite a lot to, to go over, but without further ado, let's dive into Houdini. Let's start. I'm gonna turn off my video just so I don't get any connection lag. Okay, so we're in Houdini now, and obviously this is kind of my preferred way of working. I like having the geometry spreadsheet somewhere in reach instead of having to jump back and forth with it. So this kind of lets me able to monitor all the attributes of specific things. So we're going to start by just dropping a geometry node subnetwork. And we're going to dive inside, and I'm going to start by creating, let's start with flips. So I'm going to start with a circle, sorry, a sphere. And I want to, by the way, can you guys, I'm pretty sure you guys can see my screen well. So I'm going to put this in polygon mode and up the frequencies. Just going to make sure I have my QA window open here. Sorry, just a second. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we're going to start with a sphere, and we're going to add just some noise to it, just to keep things a bit not so uniform. Just I dropped a mountain sub. It used to be called a mountain, but now it's called an attribute noise. Basically what it's doing is adding like some kind of normal base displacement. So you can play with the amplitude here, element size, which is the size of the noise. You can offset it in XYZ. As you can see here, we have the XYZ. So you could make it like tall maybe, or you can have fun with that. Also, we have, by the way, here, it's really cool. We have the animation knob. So if I turn this in real time, you can see it. It's actually moving in real time. It's animating. So pretty straightforward. Over here in the fractal, you can control the octaves of the noise, which can help you achieve different shapes and results. I'm just going to hit D on my keyboard and go to background here in the display options and turn this into dark, because soon we're not going to be able to see what we're doing. So I'm just going to turn that to dark. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't really matter which kind of shape we have. We'll make it a somewhat not so uniform shape, and let's add a bit of subdivs here. Okay, now I'm going to use this as an emitter. So I'm going to just drop down a node, and I'm going to call this, I'm just going to write out underscore emitter. Now, usually you could build a DOP network here inside a SOP, like inside a GeoNode, but I usually prefer not to, because at some point, sometimes you'll have like these huge trees of nodes, and then you just throw a DOP network in here, and it's kind of hard to find it and go in, and like it just makes things, to me, it makes things a bit less, more organized. So I'm going to dive up again, go to object mode, and I'm just going to call this emitter, or be more specific, say flip emitter. Okay, and cool thing would be to use now the shelf tools. Just need to move this down. So we're going to use the shelf tools to create a flip from this object. You could set it up manually, but you're going to see now it's not really necessary, because Houdini has been updating so much these shelf tools. And I'll explain in a bit why, how you would be able to approach something like this manually instead of using the shelf tool. So over here we have a couple of options. We can use flip fluid from object, flip tank, which is basically an endless tank of water, a body of water, which is very useful for, let's say, oceans and stuff like that. Then we have this emit particle fluid, which will emit fluid. So it'll constantly throw fluids. You can see it as like this icon of a tap, which is self-explanatory. But for our purposes, we're going to use the flip fluid from object. So when you click on it, it's going to say here, down here, it's going to say select object to convert into a flip fluid. So I'm just going to select this and hit enter. Now what happened? Let's have a look. So now I have a geometry subnetwork. I have a DOP network, and I have two other geometry networks here. Now, this first one called flip emitter fluid interior is kind of more or less used to kind of re-import what you rendered. So if you want to process more stuff, I've never really personally used this sub network. You can just leave it for now. But the main really important ones are the flip emitter fluid here, this one. And I'm going to change their color so you can differentiate. I'll keep the DOP green because that's what we usually do, and maybe whatever's like just SAW, I'll use yellow. All right, let's put this in black. Not that important. So let's dive into this one first. So over here, what Houdini set up for me is pretty interesting. It's very useful. So what it's doing, it's basically importing what happens from the DOP network, which is all the dynamic stuff and the simulations that we're going to be doing. Then you can see here, it's actually connecting to a DOP network. It knows which DOP network it is and which node it was, which is the flip fluid, which we'll have a look in a second. But what's really important here is that it's imported all my surface fields and my velocity fields, which can be used later on for shading and cool tricks and lighting and rendering different kind of components of your simulation. Now this specific node, the fluid compress, is very useful. We might not really see its power that much today with this tutorial, but what it basically does is it kind of breaks down your simulation into something that's kind of compressed. Basically, that's what it says. But you know, when you're working with so many points and data on so many points that will be closer to each other, in a second we'll have a look at that too. You don't want to use 4 terabytes of just a flip simulation. You want, in some way or another, you want some kind of compression and some way to recalculate that like kind of retranslate all that compressed data into something that's high res. And that's what this node is actually usually done. And to be honest, to sit and set up all these, I mean, you could, but it's just so cool that recently Houdini has given you this option. It's really nice. So then you would basically, this is a file cache, which would cache your data in, and then this one would basically give you like a compressed file, and it wouldn't even look like dots, but once you pass it back into a fluid surface, it'll know that this is a compressed cache. This is this particle flips fluid surface is basically a node we will use for meshing, and as you can see already, I kind of have like this blob, and we have different options here, which we'll look at in a bit. Particles, surface VDB, which is a VDB, surface polygons, but by default, I think it's surface polygon soup. And then you have a cache node here, which you can just cache your geometry for later. So that's for the flip geo. Now let's have a look at what the DOP network is. Just as a reminder, DOP networks are the dynamic operators in Houdini. So we're going to dive inside and we're going to have a look at what it actually built for us. So we have a flip object, which is basically referencing. If you go to initial data, you'll see that it goes to a SOP path and it's looking at my flip emitter. That's the last node we had selected in the SOP level, which was called in now by the DOP network. From here, in this node specifically, we have these three options, these three sliders, which are pretty important. The particle separation, let me just turn this off. So you can't see really that much, but because they're really far away. But if you notice, once I start to dial this in, and by the way, I need to say, when working with flips and mainly flips, always save your file because, or turn on the backup in Houdini, because you might accidentally add a 0 here and everything will hang. And I've had blue screens a lot from this one. So let's go like 0.05. You'll start to see that the particle separation starts to, basically the distance between each point, starts to get smaller and smaller. So we're starting to see more and more water. That's what we call water in Houdini. So we can leave these now for, I mean, particle radius scale is kind of basically taking this huge, which we'll also fix in a second, this huge kind of bounding box. It's taking basically each, it's kind of cutting this into cubes. So it determines what the scale of the fluid is. And also something that's important to note when we're working with flips and Houdini, we should always work in scale. We should never like make a huge thing and just press this. I'm pretty sure you would crash your computer instantly. So if you notice something, when I created this, okay, I'm hitting, by the way, space F to kind of focus on my object. You'll notice that I'm basically just using 1 centimeter here. I have my Houdini set up to centimeters, so I have this as like 1 centimeter. So which is a pretty decent size for, I would say, like what we're trying to do. So yeah, just keep that in mind so you don't end up frying your system. So back here, let's go and have a look at the flip solder node here. I'm gonna press again Shift F, and you're gonna notice that there's this selective kind of bounding box. So what does this do? Essentially, this flip solver is having to calculate all the time everything that's happening within this whole entire region. And honestly, I don't think we need all that. If I press space 2, I'll jump to top view, and I can notice that I have so much space here. I don't really think I'll need it. So I'm going to press Shift and click on one of these and just like squeeze it down in the X and Z. Like that. That should be good. Go space 3, look at it from the front. Let's bring this down also. If we need more space, we'll make it bigger. But for now, let's just keep it there. Okay, so all the cool stuff that we need to kind of control the physical aspects of our fluid happens in this flip solver. So we're going to go into the particle motion. Actually, we're going to go to volume motion, sorry. And the first thing we want to look at is the velocity transfer. There's basically, in a flip solver, there's basically 2 modes. There's a flip, which is the basic flip solver. And you can notice that there's these parentheses and it says splashy. This specific algorithm is really good for big bodies of water, and it's really good for oceans, like simulating big waves, oceans, splashes. It's kind of self-explanatory. When we want to go a bit more into the micro detail of things, we generally want to use the APIC swirly algorithm. The reason why is that surface tension, which is something we're going to talk about in a second, works mostly on small things. It's not really that noticeable when it's on big bodies of water, but so that's why we usually prefer using the APIC algorithm. So for now, we're going to use this. We're just going to flip this into APIC. Now, generally over here, we have, obviously, these are the volume limits that we were controlling in a second, like just a bit, like this, the volume limits. We have this tab, which is for collisions. You can actually multiply the velocity of collision with the fluid in this tab. There's viscosity, which kind of makes it kind of makes fluids stick together. They become stickier and thicker. So like, let's say viscosity of dough or milk or maple syrup, you know, that's kind of what viscosity does. Density is also self-explanatory. Some things are denser than others. Honestly, these I don't really look at that much, but the main things that I look at is viscosity and surface tension. So what is surface tension? Basically, surface tension, I'm going to share my entire screen again, so we can have a look at, add this image here. Thought it would be useful. So surface tension is basically, it's defined as the tension of the surface film of a liquid caused by the attraction of particles in the surface layer, by the bulk of the liquid. So you'll see that mostly in droplets. And sometimes if you were to do like a very high speed recording of, let's say, milk, like something dropping in milk, you'll notice that it creates something called tendrils, which we'll have a look at in a second. But it's basically just how the surface at the edge of it, at the edge where it contacts air or it changes medium, it kind of, all the molecules are compressed together, and that's all determined by the physical attributes of a fluid. We don't really have to know that much about like what it is, but it kind of just makes fluids look more for the macro kind of shots. And we're gonna have a look at it now. So let's turn off gravity. Let's enable, actually I'm gonna leave now surface tension. And I'm gonna leave it off, sorry, for now. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna add a, let's just add a ground plane for now, just to demonstrate what's gonna happen. I just went, by the way, here to the shelves, collisions, and you can just add a ground plane automatically, and it will automatically add it to, press L to see here, it'll automatically add it to a static solver so that in the DOPS, so that you can use it in DOPS. So I'm just gonna press play and reactivate gravity just for now. You're gonna see that, yeah, I mean, splashing and not much happening. But let's now turn on surface tension and have a look. So I'm going back to my flip solver, go to surface tension. Let's keep it now at default 10. Have a look. All right, you can start to see how you start getting these crests. It's not very apparent, not yet, at least, but you can start to see how you get something in VFX we call tendrils. You can see that here. So these can yield some pretty interesting shapes. And if you play around with like all these values here, you can do some cool, fun stuff with it. Let's get rid of the ground plane for now. And let's start doing something a bit more interesting. I'm gonna remove this node again, clean this up. All right, gravity's still on. Fine. Just for now, let me just up this a bit. Go back up. No need for you. All right, let's create like a collider. Let's create something to collide with this blob of fluid. So I'm just gonna do make another Geara node and call this collider. Go in, and I think I'll make another sphere. I'll up the frequencies, add another mountain. Maybe make this one not so bumpy, something like that. I'll clip it, drop down clip, which is clips geometry. I'll turn it this way, holding control so that I have -9, like I have these increments on my angles. And I'm gonna drop down a transform, and maybe I can scale it like this, Doesn't really matter. Let's just see what it's gonna do for now. Get a bit more noisy. Let's push it backwards a bit, like that. And like what we did with the emitter, let's add a null. And let's say out collider. Oh, highlight this one, dive up one level. Let's make colliders in red for now. Okay, same thing. Now that I'm in collisions in the tabs here, let's go. Yeah, I will mention the important shortcuts. Sorry, I just saw that. But basically all I've been using now is just tab to bring in stuff and space F to kind of focus on things. Space F, that's mainly it. Not using much so far. Space 2, 3, and 4 are the orthographic things. So that's all I've been using so far. So let's select our collider and go to collisions, and let's say a static object. Okay, press enter, accept. And let's see what Houdini did in our dot network. So if I double click, you can press L to lay out your nodes. I don't recommend doing that when you have a lot of nodes in Houdini because it might ruin all the cool stuff you're doing with your nodes. But in DOPS, it's good because you'll just separate them so you can see what's happening. Notice also it added a static solver and a static object. So something interesting we can do here with the flip object is we can add an initialized velocity. So we could initialize a force in a vector x, y, and z. That's in the fluid object. So let's say we want to push this blob of water against this collider. So I'm just going to type 1. By the way, notice that Houdini, by default in flip solvers, it shows you if you go to volume motion, was it? Wait, just check. No, it's in flip objects, guides. You'll notice in particles, if you go to these guides is basically how you can visualize stuff in the flip object. If you go to particles, you'll see that the visualization type is set to speed. So if it goes fast, if the flip is going fast, it'll go more towards white. If it's slow, it goes towards this dark blue. So it's a good way to kind of debug stuff and see if things are moving the way you want it to. So now that we've added in the initial data on our fluid object 1 on vector x, let's see what's going to happen. So rewind, hit play. Oh, forgot I have this gravity. Let's turn it off for now. By the way, you can bypass nodes by clicking on this arrow. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Let's go Z. All right. And nothing happens. Why is nothing happening? Well, basically, what's happening here is that we have a static object collider, and it doesn't have any thickness. If I want to see what this collider looks like in DOPS, I would go to the static object, go to collisions, and you can see here in bullet data and in RBD solver, we can see this mode called volume sample. What it's basically trying to do is it's trying to build a volume, a VDB, from the object that is the collider. If you notice, it's the SOP path, it went there. And if I turn on collision guide and turn off display geometry, there's nothing there. Why is that? Well, for one, if a volume doesn't have any thickness, there's no information, there's no positive and negative, so it can't really calculate any thickness. So what are we going to do here? How are we going to solve this? We're going to go to where this SOP path is leading. So if you notice here in the static object, it's saying SOP path, op input, which is a shortcut to say to go up into the file directories of your Houdini, and it's going to this attribute create. What is that? I didn't do that. But let's go. Let's try to find it. So we know that the SOP path is the collider. So let's go back here and see what's happening. Okay, so remember I did this out collider, and when I added static object, it added this collision source. And notice that in this collision source, we have this tab called volume. And what is this? This is a voxel size. It's trying to create a VDB from the collider that we did. So if I click on this, notice in Houdini, if you had something that's highlighted in green, you can click on it and you'll see what channel is being connected to what. So if I click on it right now, and I can see that it's going to Autodesk Network Collider division size. We'll get to that in a second. But it is connected to the collider that we created, the static object that was in the dot network back where we were. So if I click on this and I hover over these two outputs and I look down here, okay? So it says geometry output 1 and VDB output. Actually, it's very self-explanatory over here. We have this null, and Houdini already created this null saying VDB, but that's what this collision source actually does. And then over here, it creates a dot path. This is like just an attribute so that it can connect itself. It connects to the dot. Don't have to really worry about this for now. But what we want to look at is this VDB. And here we go. There's our problem. We do not have any thickness for this fluid to collide with. So how do we solve it? Well, a really quick and easy way to do it is recently to add the labs thicken. So I'm going to go tab labs, lab thicken to add thickness. Now, before I connect it, I just want to see how thick it's going to go. So if I highlight that, yeah, now I can see that I've given this a bit more volume. Let's put it down a bit. And then let's put it in there. And now something changed, right? You can see that I have this blue thing inside. We'll figure out what that is in a second. But let's look at our VDB. And here we go. We have a VDB now that we can collide with. So now, if I'm going to go back up, go into my dot network, you'll notice that the collision guide now is showing. I have it. And remember that channel we looked at here in collision source? This one, voxel size, says div size, which is division size of divisions. If I go back to my dot network, I'll notice that here, this is division size. And if I hover over it, you know, Houdini will give you this thing where like pop up. And you can see, if you read there, it says parameter div size. So that's kind of where it is. And you can control like how much division you want. I wouldn't recommend going too low with this for now, at least for what we're doing. So if I put, but you can see if I put this 0.01, you can see that, yeah, it's not great. If I press W for wireframe, you can see that it gets pretty subdivided. Okay, so now this should work. So let's turn off our collision guide, go back to display geometry so we don't see that blue weird thing, and let's hit play and see what happens. There we go. We have collision. So obviously this looks like a heart, but I mean, now we can start designing some cool stuff. So let's first do something. Let's up a bit the particle separation. Let's start seeing a bit more fluid. Okay, so 0.02, maybe 0.0. Yeah, let's keep it at 0.02. Let's see. Right. I mean, now it looks a bit like a blanket, but we can play with some more stuff. Let's add a force. Sorry, this guy's jumping back too much. Let's add some forces to this. Let's make this a bit more interesting. So in the flip solver, if you hover over these inputs, we have particle velocity, volume velocity, and this source post solve thing, which is mostly used for emitting, basically like emitting more fluids, but we won't look at these. But you see here, there's this particle velocity. This means that in DOPs, in the DOP context, we can use POPs. We can use POP forces. So if I type tab and press POP, I have all these forces to play with. So you have POP attract, drag, flock. I wouldn't recommend flocking your fluids unless, I don't know, you want to make birds with fluids. There's even a pop fluid, but that's a different kind of solver that utilizes a different solver. But for now, let's use a pop force, just a force. Let's plug this in here. And basically, pop force has something like wind. So you can put a force with a direction, X, Y, or Z. And you have a noise. And this is pretty standard with most noises in Houdini. So you have amplitude for the amount, swirl size, which is basically the size. You can change the scale on XYZ as well here. Pulse length, which is kind of like a frequency thing, roughness, attenuation, and turbulence. So just by default, let's just put it at 2 and see what we get. Yeah, it's a bit too messy, but I mean, it does look like some kind of abstract fluid that's a bit snaky. Let's put down the amplitude. Let's go for 1. Let's see what we can get. So yeah, getting some cool shapes. Could make this a bit less. And now it's really just a matter of dialing in different parameters. Like, for instance, we could go back to our flip solver here, go to volume, motion, surface tension. You can put that down a bit. Let's go like to 3. This is very also scale dependent. So it's really just a matter of your preference, like visually, what's nice. I don't know why this is doing that. Let's go again. So yeah, starting to see some more maybe interesting shapes. Also, because everything is really procedural, I can just go back up to my emitter and maybe make this a bit more chaotic, maybe smaller, and maybe make my collider a bit bigger. Or you can keep tweaking stuff and seeing what works for you best. Could also maybe increase this. Yeah, let's have a look again. Always save, by the way. I'm constantly hitting Control S. All right. Now let's up the particle separation and well, bring it down. Let's see. This might be a bit too much. Let's see now. All right, cool. You guys can, I think you can notice that we're having these really interesting webbing, like these webs that are coming out. So I would recommend you guys just try to see what works. Change the shape of your collider and stuff like that. But for now, I think I'm gonna leave this now as it is. I'm just gonna up the particle separation. Well, put it down again, and we're gonna mesh it and see what it gives us. So let's go 0, 1. Oh, by the way, I just remembered something. A cool thing about the flip solver is that we can use OpenCL. What that does is it uses your GPU to speed up fluid sims. Now, I personally would not want to do it on my system right now in front of you guys, because I just updated my graphics card and there have been some issues with OpenCL and the latest Houdini releases. So I'm leaving it on my CPU for now, because it's not really, it's just a few frames. We could also control a bit more. If we go up in the flip solver, we can go to substeps and we can change the time scale. So we can make stuff slower. So like if I put 0.5, let me go back to 1.25 here. And so now it's like slower. which could be useful sometimes. It might be it might be calculating more. It is different from substeps, but yeah, it's just slower. Like as if it's making time slower. Oh, by the way, you could watch this like that in real time. Just the second you change anything here, it will reset the cache. So be careful. But that's pretty cool. Yeah. So we can change the time scale here, and you can change the max substeps. So if you want, you could even add more substeps. So between each frame, it would calculate. Now it's calculating only 2 times, but like we could put it at 5. It will take longer to calculate. I generally, when I go for something really high res, I would go like minimum 2, max 8. That's more than enough usually. But I mean, obviously each setup is different. So let's see, like if I put 2 and 8, let me put this back to 1 time scale. And oh my God. What's this annoying thing? I don't know why it keeps, oh yeah, it's because I have this one. There. I hit escape. Basically, when you select the flip solver and hit enter, it'll give you this annoying thing to resize it. Although you notice I could still make this smaller to reduce like computational waste. So okay, let's try now with the time scale. Now we have 2 minimum substeps and 8 maximum substeps. For Walter, yeah, the collider can have holes. You could easily just add holes. I'll show you in a second if you guys want. Notice now that it's taking way longer, but sometimes it will give you way nicer results because now you can see way more definition in the fluid. And like, let's turn off the collider for a second. Where is it? Let's just turn it off here. Oh no. Yeah, I said oh no because it's yellow now, so it's gonna try to recalculate, but yeah. So yeah, it's like, I don't know, we can use this for a lot of things. And we're gonna have a look at this in a bit, how we could run different processes on it and extract cool meshes and information from this shape. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna cache this. I might up the particle separation a bit more, bring it down. So let's do that. So let's go 0.01. And let's go back to where I was telling you guys about that compressed, the compressed fluid here. So I'm gonna just I'm gonna turn off the high display on this, and I'm also gonna do something. I'm gonna go to auto update here on the bottom right corner and say manual. And I'm also, there's this brain. Let's click it off for a second. What these usually do is they keep Houdini from calculating every single time something. So it's just useful to, if you want to like check other nodes and you have a lot of things that are happening, sometimes if you just highlight something, it'll make it slower. So good practice would be to just, always, if you're trying to arrange stuff, turn this off to manual and this one to this brain, turn the brain off. So remember how I was talking about the fluid compress here? Let's cache our fluid using this fluid compress. All right, so by default, it says the file cache says here constructed it's not a bad idea for flip simulations to use it. I usually like using explicit. It's just the old way of Houdini, and I'm used to it. And always use $hip. I mean, it's a good practice because then you could always, you know, if you open a file on different machine, if you take your files, it might you might mess up some directories and stuff like that. So what we're gonna do, I'm not gonna change anything here. I'll just keep it. It's gonna call it the hip file name. It's gonna use which version, frame number, and bgo.sc. But you're gonna see in a second how this guy is gonna compress my fluid and save up on space. So before I hit cache, I'm gonna just turn on my brain again and auto update. And you can see it already kind of is blue, this weird blue here. And yeah, I'm gonna say save to disk, but actually before I do that, I don't want it to cache all these 240 frames. Let's say it's gonna cache, what, like, let's say 40 frames, and we'll see if we need more. By the way, you cannot repeat a cache. You can, but you'll have to use something called checkpoints, which I personally haven't used. I know I should be, maybe if I'm doing like a really, really big sim, but I haven't really needed it much because I usually do these small scale sims, and you know, it's generally while I'm caching, before I cache, I'm always using the flipbook here. So I'm watching what's happening, and then once I see something I like, I'll just save and export. That's it. So anyway, let's put it from 1 to 40 and let's save to disk. Okay, so let's have a look now at what this compressed cache did. Let's just dive up one level and make sure that we have nothing else highlighted, so we don't keep calculating what's in the DOP network. So I'm going to highlight my fluid here, and notice automatically that it jumped to this because we had this highlighted. But you can see now this big hard disk here, which says that it's using the information that was cached. And remember what I said about, by the way, I'm pressing D again to go to background, put it light just so we can see. Remember what I said about the compressed cache? This is what the compressed cache actually saves. It saves like these cubes, and they actually look pretty cool. I'm not sure if you can mesh that, never tried, but if you drop a particle fluid from surface, you'll be able to read it automatically. And notice, by the way, I have all this is blue now, and I can scrub through it. Not with much ease, because I think if we look at this mesh, it is pretty dense, not so much. If I scrub through, I can start to see my meshed fluid. Yeah, I mean, I know it looks pretty abstract right now. It's just like a fluid simulation, but we'll try to make sense out of it in a bit. We'll use it to like maybe create a part or something like that, because that's basically what we're gonna be doing. We're gonna be taking a fluid sim and a pop sim, and then we're gonna be using them as like our kit bash. We'll kit bash both simulations, and we'll see how we can make some interesting shapes. Also, what we can do here is that we could just put this as a surface VDB. And then we could go into filtering and we could dilate it a bit. So you could see like the surface is kind of moving. Oh my God, don't crash. Yeah. It's kind of dilating. And we could also go to smooth. You can see this one. You can just check it like that. And then we can tab, press, convert VDB. And then we can convert the VDB to polygons. And there we go. Now this is extremely dense. And I do not recommend anyone using this kind of mesh to, I mean, you could render it, but if you're just going to render this, we could use like this adaptivity slider, go to like 0.01, 0.001, just making sure that the edges don't get too messed up. But we will remesh this later. Okay, so we basically have this frame saved. We even have this frame saved. Go with this. Actually, I would like to, I might repeat this simulation, sure. Let's leave it for now. Let's see. Any questions? Nope. Okay. But let's try to make one more. Let's try to make one more with different shape. Let's get more options. Let's go a bit more crazy with the forces and stuff like that. Okay. Let's maybe change our emitter. So like something less noisy like that. And let's go to our collider. Let's make it wider. And maybe what we could do, scale it like that. Let's go back here. Go back to my dark mode. Let's put down our substeps here. And let's maybe make the swirl size smaller. Let's just check some different behaviors. What happens with the fluid? Could maybe make the force stronger, swirl size less, kind of have it affect the fluid more. Yeah, that looks nicer. It's way better. So yeah, play around with like, sometimes your turbulence might be too big and it'll start to move your fluid like that. Like if you'll notice now, it's like pushing it down. Might be what you want, but I mean, still useful. Oh, by the way, since we're here, let's do something else. Let me show you guys a bit the viscosity thing. So in the flip solver, if we go to the volume motion tab, and we'll go to the viscosity tab underneath, we can enable viscosity here. Now what this does is, like I said, it'll change the physical attributes of how these points move away and how they expand and contract and compress against each other. So now to control this viscosity, we have to go to the fluid object, and we'll go to the physical tab. So these are the physical properties. And you'll notice that down here, there's something called viscosity. So now if I up this, let's say it's like something like, I don't know, let's test it. Always test it, see what works for the scale that you're working on. Let's go to something like 10 and see what happens. Notice how it's starting to look like a piece of dough or paint. Always also giving us some cool shapes as well. That's pretty cool. And then we could mesh it and turn it into something else. Let's put down the scale of our swirl size and try it again. So yeah, just experiment with it. It's really, this is the fun part. We're just trying to think of shapes that you wanna make. You might, there's always has to be kind of like an idea. Where do I want to go? What am I thinking of doing? Get inspired, like look at the shape and say, oh, maybe this could be, I don't know, like a petal, or it could be a wing, or it could be antennas, or I don't know. Just try to think of these abstractions and think of them as maybe some kind of kit bash, you know? So I'm not gonna keep doing these simulations. We're just gonna grab one. Maybe this one looks cool. Right before I went here. I really don't understand why Houdini's doing this. Okay. One last one, and then we'll mesh it and we'll move on. Might bring down just a bit the viscosity. And I mean, this is how it is with fluids. You'll have a lot of these happy accidents happening. Okay, so let's cache this one. 0.01, go back to our flip emitter. And in the flip, file cache, let's make another one. Let's just call this, instead of $hip name, let's call this one viscous. And then let's just save to disk. I remember it got up to 68, but now that I have less time steps, it shouldn't take that much time. Let's see. Yeah, it's pretty fast, way faster than before. So next, we're gonna export these as just basic VDVs or meshes, and then we will look at some POPs and how we could create more meshes from POPs as well to use with these. Okay, so let's have a look. So now it loaded the viscous one. Let's go back to this. Make sure I'm here. If I just drop a color node, I should change the color. Doesn't want to. Sometimes this happens, and I never. Anyway, I don't know why. Sometimes it just gives me this blue, this annoying blue, and. Yeah. So let's have a look at our viscous fluid. Yeah. I mean, it looks like a piece of dough, but we can work with it for now. I like what's happening like up there. Might be able to do some cool stuff like that. All right. So now let's have a look at pops. Let's save these fluid pieces for later, and we'll bring them together into SOPs in a bit. So this was the basic flip stuff. Again, there's just so much to do with flips, and it's all about experimentation. So I'm going to drop down now a new geo node. We'll call it pops meshes. Or just pops. Oh yeah, remember to disable these guys so it doesn't calculate every frame. All right, so here we're gonna drop down. Maybe we'll use a circle this time. Let's use a circle. Right, and sorry. So let's use a circle, and also let's up these divisions, and let's scatter some points inside here. Basically, just drop a scatter node, and we will have just a bunch of points in there. We could also use the mountain to kind of make it irregular a bit. But right now we're actually going to animate the mountain. So if you go to the mountain SOP, which was the attribute noise, you remember there was this animate noise, which was pretty cool. And you can see it's actually animating my circle. Can't see the not really any subdivs on it, but if I press W, you can see it actually goes in and out like that. So pops are pretty straightforward. We could just press tab and create a pop network. Now you might say I'm kind of contradicting myself and dropping a DOPS node here, but the pop node is not really like just dropping a pop network. Be easier to be in SOP because it's not really, we're not really going to do much. There's not stuff going in and out that much as the flip solver. So let's go to a pop network and just connect it here. Actually, I'm going to get rid of the scatter. I'll control more the dots from the DOP network, the pop network. And automatically, when I just drop the pop net like here, you'll see that it created all these particles on the circle. Checking just the Q&A. Yes, Walter, can one of the fluid pieces be used as the emitter? Yeah, definitely. Definitely. We can have a look at that in a bit, actually. We'll also have a look if you want at the collider with the holes. So PopNet, if you dive in, remember how in the flip solver I told you that you had these like pre-solve and post-solve. So notice here it says sources post-solve, same thing. Now what it did was it put the pop source here, and it kind of looks like a flip solver, but it's kind of way smaller. So it has the pop object, which if you look at, where is it? Basically, this is like the flip object. And here's the pop source, which is bringing all the source of the pops. So if we go to birth, where was it? Source. You can see in the source, actually, sorry, source, geometry source, you see it's in use first context geometry. And what that means is it's actually taking this first context, this one. So if I press play, obviously it's just not much is going to happen. We're just going to see like a lot of particles start to spawn. So, I mean, yeah, it's working, but we need to do some more things to make it look interesting. So what we're going to do is we're going to also use the pop forces to make the pop actually move around and do cool shapes and stuff like that. So that being said, let's go to let's just drop down a force again, pop force, and put it in the pre-solve this time over here. Put up the amplitude, change the swirl size, stuff like that. Oh, come on. Press play, and now we have, yeah, some crazy particles. Tone it down a bit. Again, this is something you would do to just, you know, you would perceptually just keep tuning. We could change how many of these are coming out. So if you go to the source here and you go to birth, you have like constant activation and constant birth rate. You could also change like how much if it keeps emitting. So like if I press play and then turn this off, it needs to auto create. But yeah, you notice something that it won't do it in real time, sorry. But we'll like press Alt and click on it. So now it's activated. And then let's say over here, I want at frame 16 to turn it off. Just select that one and make it 0 and click Alt and click again so that I animated it. So now you'll notice that it stopped emitting at frame 16. Which could be useful if you don't want to have like tons and tons of particles that keep adding all the time. You could also change the life of the particles as well. So you can see here life expectancy. So this is how long the particles will live. So if I put that down, and let's say I turned off constant activation, so Alt click again, actually right click, delete channels so that it removes the animation. So if I go to like constant activation 1 and just press play, it's supposed to at, let's say around 30 stop, like the particles should die. They're not dying, I don't know why. Well, very nice. Oh, because I'm animating it maybe. Oh yeah, you can see them start dying out. It's weird. I think this is in seconds, that's why. So yeah, there you go. You can see like how, so now you can basically keep spawning them if that's what you want, and they just start to die at 2 seconds, which is very useful sometimes if you want like some kind of orb or something that keeps emitting. So yeah, let's turn that life expectancy up again, and let's do what I just said, what I did before. Like let's just activate this once and then press play, and let's say at around 14 is good. Let's put it back to 0. Alt click to add a keyframe. Let's go back and have a look. Okay. I definitely want to put way more particles, so I'm gonna go like 10,000, maybe even more. Let's go like something like this. Always save. Okay, I think I can afford to let it emit a bit for a bit longer. If you press Shift on the timeline, and select a keyframe. Then you can press middle mouse and click and drag like that. So that way we can change where the keyframe is. So yeah, this might look like those Windows screensavers, but we'll make sense of it in a second as well. So let's maybe put the amplitude down. That. All right. Notice, by the way, that with pop forces, with pops in general, we don't have that viscosity anymore of the fluid. Remember, like particles will just follow the turbulence. We have to add way more forces to kind of direct them. So also a good trick would be to use drag, pop drag. That kind of mimics the density of air. I mean, obviously you could increase it. It doesn't really, now it's ignoring mass because we haven't really told Houdini what's the mass of each particle. But you could go use effects, add mass, more mass, and there's a lot of things that you could use a sub solver here. And what that would do is basically if you dive in, you could add a VOP network, and then you could control here. You could go into that VOP and then extract whatever data and use a bind export here to, let's say, if you create a parameter and control it. There's a lot of things we could do, but unfortunately, we're not going to have that much time today to do those. But definitely have a look. Like this would get you up and running in terms of, you know, understanding what a DOP network does and how, you know, it functions. There's always this output node at the end. There's always a solver, types of solvers that will run specific algorithms and different way. It will calculate how forces move and et cetera, et cetera. So, but yeah, so we add like this drag, pop drag, add some resistance. It should make this, yeah, you see, like now the particles don't really go far away that fast, you know. You can see, I think you could tell the difference if I turn it off. I'll just make it really big. Yeah, you can see like how they're clumping a bit more. It's as if they're in fluid almost. So yeah. Okay, let's start to try and make sense of what we're doing here. Okay. So I'm just going to save. And by the way, if a cool thing to do in Houdini, let's say your nodes are like this, if you select, press A, and then just click and drag up or down, see it like that, it'll straighten them out. It's like a kind of like an iron, you know, to like kind of iron down nodes. So now let's a second. Let's have a look now at how we're gonna make sense of all of this and make this something more interesting. So yeah, let's first start by adding a MOPs spline. This is where we're gonna use some MOPs now, the motion operators that I spoke about earlier. So I'm going to put this MOPs trails, actually, not MOPs spline. So what it's going to do is, just give it a second. Wow, that was quite heavy. You know what? Let's just simulate a few frames. Pause it. And then go to MOPs and, oh, why is it like that? That's weird. Sorry, just a second. I'm checking. All right, because it's resampling so many points. So let me just, come on, you can do it. Nothing. Invalid pops in. Okay, cook was interrupted. No, you don't want to work. You can always see here how Houdini is cooking. You can see like it tells you which frame it's at and what it's kind of trying to do. So now it's cooking the trail solver, and you'll have a look at a second and see what it looks like. All right. I don't know why that was so heavy. It wasn't supposed to be that heavy. But basically what it's doing is giving me trails for each one. We could use the trail sub here. Particle trail sub. Let's try to use this one instead. So it's kind of like controlling the length of the trails, how many frames. So if I press play, you can see this cool thing. But I want them to be. It's a really cool way to kind of visualize also your particles. Let's try to play with frame duration. Maybe we can make it really long. Okay. Now let's symmetrize this. Always, you can press escape to stop like a simulation. So always like, you notice when I selected this, it was getting stuck. So I just clicked escape. So let's drop down now a symmetrize, lab symmetrize. And let's symmetrize this on, let's say X. Did it symmetrize it? Like that. No? Oh yeah. That's very nice. Okay. So I'm just trying to find like a place where I can make it as symmetrical and have something cool. You can start to see like once I symmetrize this with the particle trail. And then remember how we used VDBs for flips? Now we're going to use that for particles here. So I'm going to click here and say VDB from particles. So obviously the voxel scale is very big. So let's be careful with these numbers. So let's slowly start to go down. You see like 0.05 now, it's taking time to calculate. And now I just noticed that this is not because of the voxel size, but it's actually for the point radius. So you have these settings here in the VDB from particles. You could change the particle radius, and you notice now that it's going down, down. Now it's lower than the size of the voxel, so it won't really read anything. So I would have to go like maybe 0.04 and nothing there. Yeah, it's going to need more. So 0.02. Make this. Also, always dial in these values, like, you know, very slowly and incrementally slow, because you could easily just hang your computer. 0.02 and then make this 0.01. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So as you can see, with just some pops and some trails, we got something pretty cool. I mean, can do a lot of different things with this, and we could have stopped this simulation somewhere else, you know, like I could have maybe been here, you know, go back here, symmetrize. Yeah, there we have a different place. Or I could have symmetrized, let's say, this way. And then what do I end up is like something like that. And could like make this particle size maybe even smaller. I'm scared to do that, but let's try it. Okay. Some more voxels, 0.05. There we go. Yeah, maybe. Okay, let's keep it like that for now. Now let's drop a VDP reshape SDF. What this does is basically you notice how I have these cubes now around the voxels that I had. Basically, you could either dilate or erode. Open and close is also useful if you have something that was open, like cut into half. So I'm going to leave it at dilate for now, because I'm going to follow it with a smooth SDF so that we can smoothen out those bubbles and try to make it kind of a bit less coarse. It is a bit messy. Let me just have a look at the points here. Yeah. The thing is, that's why I was trying to use MOPs trails. I don't know why it's not supposed to be that slow. I don't know why it's doing that. But essentially, oh, there you go. Oh, there we go. Yeah. I think it got it. Okay. Yeah, this is why I was using MOP trails, because it'll add way more information between the particles. So I'm just gonna copy this, symmetrize, and oh wait, cancel, escape. Ah, wait. That's what happens when we use VDBs. Let's just wait for a second. Please. Don't worry, I saved. There we go. Whew. Okay. The reason why this happens is obviously because let's turn off the brain and the manual, make sure so that when we select stuff, you see, nothing recalculates. Obviously, my voxel size might be too much for the amount of points that we had. So let's just go back to higher numbers now and slowly dial them back down again. Okay, fingers crossed. Again. It's okay, it should calculate it. All right. Let's again make this way bigger. Yeah, sometimes we have to wait when we're working with such heavy points, but you'll see in a second why. I'm always keeping my eye here down on the left to see the symmetrize. You can notice that now it's trying to calculate the symmetry of the points. and it seems like it's getting stuck. So I'm gonna do a different route. Okay, let's go back to these. And although I really like how this one takes it all the way back, and the resampling is really interesting, like how it actually follows each and every smooth curve. Okay, someone tries here, but it's too flat, this one. Let's go like this. Okay. Small and zero large particles. Change minimum radius. Okay, I'm gonna just stick to this for now. I don't know why this has been giving me a lot of issues, but I remember these numbers worked. So it's just way faster now. So what we can do, by the way, is after we make the trails out of these, we could resample. So drop down a resample node here. And you can see that we have way more points, kind of like the other one. And then that way you can see, if I turn this off, you'll see that more and more definition comes in. And in the resample, we could even make them closer to each other by bringing that number down. So this is kind of measuring the length of a curve, and then it's dividing how far all these points are. Be careful also with this, but you can start to see like how I'm slowly eliminating the dots and having more, well, now they're straight lines, but it's fine. Let's remove this. And here, I wonder why this, what if I make this a bit farther, like 60? I'm just, honestly, I've used this like just a few times, this one, the particle trail. I'm still convinced that this one has better results, but we've been having some issues. Maybe I could just bring down the number of points that are being emitted here, and that would work. So let's go back here in the birth. Let's just make this like, I don't know. Maybe we could make it something. 10,000. Let's make it like 10,000. Wow, that worked. I'm after something that's tracing all the way back. So that's why I'm kind of like, that's what I've been jumping between, trying to see like which way is kind of giving me more echo, quote unquote, like time echo. What's following more the field that I did with the turbulence. I know it's kind of hard to see like when everything's white like that. Let's make this like 0.1. Come on. This doesn't want to work. Minimum radius. Just doesn't want to work. I have no idea why. Sometimes just doesn't want to. Some nodes just don't want, like they just stop. Mainly because we've used so many different values. Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna stop using this one. Okay. I'm guessing Houdini has crashed. Sometimes, you know, it might come back. But I'm not gonna wait that long anymore. I'm just gonna end it. I actually have quite good specs. I have a 5950X AMD with 128 gigs of RAM and a 4090. So yeah, it's weird. I don't know why something so simple now is being kind of sluggish, but it's okay. That's why we always save our work. It happens. I can see that Houdini is using now around 51 gigs of memory, so which doesn't really make sense. So it's stuck somewhere. Oh, it came back. Did you notice? Did you just see that? Okay, let's just save this. Let's just save this. Okay, let's stick to this one for now. We could also use a trail, but this one is also kind of heavy. So let's go back. All right. And the thing is, like, it's creating points. Let's just try it. It's okay, let's just try it. This could work actually. Let's try this one. This could work better. Here we go. Let's remove these again. This VDB thing is, I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, Mike, sometimes we do get lucky. Oh my God. Yeah, there we go. Go away, VDB. Let's do it again. So VDB from particles again. let's make sure we have big numbers, so like V5 voxel size. Should be fine. And I'm pretty sure the particle size, yeah, you see, like, because this is kind of like, imagine this was at 0.1 and it's I don't know why it's making this so big. So 0.5, no, 0.1 or 2, and then let's, you see, notice that I'm always kind of balancing the amount of voxels per how the radius is. So 1, we're just gonna set up now like a good amount of values, and then we'll play more with the pop solver. I'm just trying to find a better place to symmetrize. Sometimes, you know, like now it's looking a bit flat to me. So I would kind of like, maybe even what we could do, because this is so, it's all procedural, so we could just like increase this amplitude like that, and then it doesn't work. I mean, why are you doing that? Come on. Auto update, hello. Yeah, sometimes this happens. I think when Houdini stops updating this, it does that when you go back and forth between DOPs. Sometimes you just have to restart Houdini. That's just too little. Just gonna go back up with these. More. Let's go more zeros. Yeah. Okay. Let's add one more zero, and let's make our pop force like 2. Get some more crazy stuff. Maybe let's put down the roughness in our turbulence. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I can work with that one. I think that could work. Trail. See, got some nice trails here. Let's symmetrize that. Okay, and then this guy. By the way, we're not gonna keep every time like calculating these VDBs. We are gonna create a file cache so that we can always just, because now we're gonna start moving on to meshing. But yeah, I mean, I think you can get an idea of how far you could take this. There's this very known phenomenon known in humans, which is called apophenia. And that is like our tendencies as humans to kind of start to see faces. And I mean, I can't but keep seeing faces now in this. Like, I can see like a monkey here with a smile. But this is kind of what we're trying to do. We're trying to get like these cool shapes that we're going to treat later. Let's use a VDB reshape from here. VDB reshape. Okay, and now this time let's erode a bit. I'm gonna go up with my voxel size to like maybe down just a little bit, not so much, like maybe 4. I don't want to lose my work, everything I've done. Yeah, so I was just checking the QA. So cool. Let's drop a VDB, convert VDB. and let's convert it to polygons. There we go. I mean, yeah, we're gonna process this a lot further. But you know what? I think we're gonna have a 5-minute break. We've been on for like around 2 hours now, almost. Yeah, we'll have a 5-minute break, and then when we come back, we're gonna bring our flip fluid, and we're gonna use some MOPs and some. We're gonna start getting into our surface operations. So we had a look at the flips. I'm just gonna share my entire screen for now. We had a look at the flip solver. I might go back just to show one of the questions in the Q&A was if we can add holes and if we could use it as an emitter. So I'll just address that after the break. And then after that, yeah, we're gonna start now. We've kind of entered the SOPs realm. We're gonna start. We were struggling now a bit with PDB meshing, but we're gonna start getting into remeshing and creating like an actual maybe totem looking like a creature. Maybe I don't know what's gonna happen, but let's see. So yeah. We're gonna be back in 5. Let's do it 5 minutes, 5-minute break, and we'll jump back. We'll take it up, pick off where we are. All right. See you in a bit. All right. So we're back. You guys hear me? Yeah, I can see my mic moving. Okay. So like I said before, I mean, flips and pops, specifically flips, you could spend like hours just experimenting. For the sake of this webinar, I'm not really going to spend so much time fiddling with a lot of things, but I've tried to manage covering all the parameters that you guys might need. So in order to kind of shape your fluids the way you like. Before I move on, I'm going to just show Walter, since he asked this question, can the collider have holes? Yes, it can. I'll just do it real quick so you guys can see. Let me just share my screen again. All right. So if I go back up, let's make the pop sim one maybe like this maroon color. So let's turn off this pop sim thing. Actually, before I move on, just since we've been waiting so long for getting this shape, let's just cache this. So I'm going to drop down a file cache. Same thing, make this file path explicit. And then the geo, I'm going to call this. There's no need for the frame number and all that. Although, actually, let's keep the frame number just in case we want to cache a different frame. And I'm just going to call this pop underscore mesh. And then right click here on the sequence. Actually, yeah, let's just go evaluate as single frame. And save to disk. So now I don't have to, I can turn all of these off like this. And then go back to auto update. And you'll notice that the file cache is still there. So you can turn all these off and I'll be left with this file cache that just loads my geometry automatically. See? No need to wait and burn your computer anymore. So like I said, before I move on, by the way, always when we're working with simulations, just move this. I don't know why this tab thing for Zoom is a bit annoying. So before always when you're working with simulations, just keep an eye on your timeline. So you might be jumping in and out of different contexts and you'll forget that you have your timeline on, like, let's say, like now, frame 117. So it's a good idea to just keep an eye on that one. Let me just double check something here. I think, yeah, I'm hoping this one cached this frame. Should be fine. So just go back to frame 0, frame 1, and let's go back into our dot matrix. So we were saying, let's see if we can make holes. So yeah, it's very simple, given the procedural nature of Houdini. We just go back into our collider here. And yeah, let's say, I don't know, like we could use Booleans, or we could use like we could affect the VDB, but let's use a Boolean. So I can just drop down a scatter node, or let's use MOPs since I said we wanted to cover MOPs. So let's just tab write MOPs, MOPs instancer. Okay. this is basically like a copy to point, but it's kind of like if any of you have a C4D background, it's like a cloner. So over here, its input is looking for some geometry. So let's say we want to make like some holes in this. We could drop down a tube. And let's just scale the radius down. And let's just plug it in our MOPs instancer. Now, by default, the MOPs instancer is gonna create a grid. There are 3 tabs here. So you got instance, distribution, sorting. We're gonna look now at distribution. So you can see here, distribution type, grid. You got linear, radial, spherical, grid, honeycomb, which is really cool, curve, which is a curve, and mesh. So we're going to use mesh. Now let's use the null that we have here, the out collider, and click and drag and put it on template object. Oops. Yeah. So now what it's doing, it's using the scatter to points. If you notice, it's like this integrated scatter to points, which is this node, scatter. It's kind of the same one, but inside here. So you could control the amount from here, but a quick one would be point limit. You can pick this on, and we can put it down. No, that one only works with points. My bad. So let's go to force total count. Let's go to 20. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, you see sometimes with DOPS, the viewport doesn't update. So I guess this one would work. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, you could we could specify how much. And right now it's automatically aligning them. So if we go to scatter orient, we could change, we could say reorient, and then we could like remove all these create up. And then we could go to instancing, so distribution. Notice we went to scatter orient. We can reorient the mesh and up. You can use orient. Obviously, there is no orient attribute, so it's going to make it 0. But then we could just direct it to, let's say, an instancing. We can go to global transform, and this is going to control the global transform of these clones of these instances. And we could just rotate them the way we like. So now we have them going that way. And if I template this collider, I could see where it's going to cut. You can play also around with this. There's a seed option here. You could go to scatter, go to global seed, and blah, 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 million different options of cutting holes in there. Oh, by the way, I think we'll need the tube to be closed for this Boolean to work. And let's just, okay, notice that it has these weird normals. That's because MOPs instancer automatically assemblies and packs everything as a point. So if I were to click this point, notice that it's not showing me the points of each vertex or point on the mesh. Instead, it has a point at the centroid of each instance. So therefore, this is kind of like an assembly node that's integrated in it. By the way, you can double click on it and you can see how they've built this. But I don't think you need, I mean, else you would build this normally. So, but yeah, just in case you want to check how they've done it. So let's cut some holes. Actually, a cool thing to do would be to maybe we could copy these on the smaller version of this so that they don't cut the edges. So to do that, we could just take the transform here. Let's template that one. And instead, let's use it here, put it in the template object instead of the out collider. And then now if you see, I can make this like that. And let's template this now. So we can see where these tubes are going. So I'm trying to find a better way to see this. So yeah, you can see now that you can just, this is kind of like a quick way to do it. Again, I'm getting this messing up of my my viewport. I'm gonna close and open this version of Houdini, I think, because I'm having some weird stuff is happening. You notice that this thing is stuck in there. So just give me a second. I'm gonna save this and close. I'm gonna reopen it. Okay. Let's go back to this file. Alrighty. Yeah, do you notice that, by the way? Look, you see, now it actually updates. So just, be careful with DOP. Sometimes you might think you're seeing the updated version of your viewport, but it doesn't always have to be the case. So let's cut these holes. Let's take the collider. Let's turn off this dot stuff. And remember how I said that these are actually points? If I was going to use now a Boolean, it wouldn't work because it's not going to read them as mesh. So what we need to do is we need to add a node called unpack. And this will basically unpack. So if you see, if I turn this on and go to wireframe mode, you see the dots, the points inside, like here. If I went to the unpack, you're going to notice that we have the points now that are visible. So it unpacked all those packed primitives. Now we can actually run the Boolean SOP. So let's go to smooth wire shaded. Let's bring this back in here and in here. And now let's subtract. So we go in the Boolean, subtract. And there we go. Now we have some holes. I mean, not the best looking holes, but it works. Again, given that this is all procedural, we could just take this back in here. We just iron out my, oh, by the way, Shift S just makes the lines between your nodes look better. So yeah, out collider. So remember, this was all procedural. So nothing is gone. So I can go back here now, go back to my DOPs, and I should be able to get now the collision with holes. Just stop it. And I think you can start to see some of them going through the holes. Let's turn on the collider. Yeah, you can see one poking in there. Yeah. I mean, now we have the viscosity is really high when we were doing this simulation. But like here, if I were to bring this viscosity thing down in flip object, physical, let's bring it down to like, I don't know, 1. Let's play it again. Yeah. That's pretty cool. So yeah, just have fun with that. Also, Walter, like I know you asked this as well, that if you could use that as a mesh for emission. Yeah, you can. Like we could just go back to our flip emitter, like this this mesh, and then we could just export this as with a file cache. the same way I just did with the pops, and then you could use that as an emitter. So you can go to, let's just turn off this. So you can go to, let's say, this frame or this frame, and then you could use that frame as an emitter. All right. So let's move on to our SOPs. Okay. So we have this cache that isn't there anymore. Ops mesh, accept. There we go. Notice that, by the way, you can go here, open your BGO, and it'll load it away right away. Okay, let's turn off everything that was out there and let's focus on this pop set. So what I want to try to do is I want to try to use this in a way where I could create some sort of structure, something that looks. I'm going to share my entire screen for a second. So I'm just going to share my entire screen for a second so I can show you what we're trying to get to, like why we're doing all these things. Yeah, you're seeing my screen. So if you look at, let's look at this one. I think you guys saw this from the webinar, but if you look at this, this was actually done with the same techniques that we're using right now. And basically what this is literally like that pops thing, but it's copied and it's twisted around and then done again and again and again. It has some recursive ways, and we're going to do that right now. But I mean, use these techniques to do anything. Like you could make, I don't know, it doesn't have to be a mask. I saw the eyes. I saw that kind of opportunity to put the eyes there, but it could be anything, you know? So let's go back and see how we're going to continue from here. So the first thing I want to do is I want to make sure that I could use this this mesh, you know. So how are we going to do that? The first thing we're going to do is we're going to use a plugin, which is free, for a starting point, and it's called Exoside. It's my bad. I did not mention this plugin. I forgot about it, but I mean, it's really, really helpful. It's called Exoside. It's for free again, so you guys can just download it. I bought it because I'm way over my trial period, but you can keep making like emails and do that if you want. But it's nothing. It's like $60. It's totally worth it. So I just dropped down a node. It's called Exoside. It actually comes built in with Labs, but it will activate the trial. So this is Exoside. If I just click on it, there we go. We have like a really cool remeshed version of this, and it's done a pretty damn good job, honestly. Like, you know, from that to that, it's really, really helpful. And this is going to help us for rendering. You know, like we need clean geometry for rendering. By the way, there's some cool things you can do here. Have like the target quad count. You could up that to like 10,000 instead. I have it on auto cook now. You don't always have to have it on auto cook. You could just turn that off and then cook it whenever you want, just to save time. But it should be fine for now to use that like that. Just give it a second. All right. Obviously, just right off the bat, it doesn't look symmetrical. I mean, I could click the symmetry axis, but I'm not so sure that, I mean, it doesn't always work. I prefer just doing it myself, like manually, with that handy old lab symmetrize. It's a really good symmetrizing tool. Just hit enter and let's symmetrize it this way. We were going with this. You could change the symmetry of this whole shape. Like we could have gone this way, or I don't know, like just have fun with it, you know. Go like that. That's not bad. You have these floating mushrooms or something here. It's a cool shape too, you know. But let's just keep it now this way. You see, now we have a clear symmetry happening at the center. So yeah, we have some nice clean mesh right now. And to have some fun, let's use now just a copy transform. Just your average copy transform, and let's like make, I don't know, let's make like 7 instances of this, and let's go down like 1.3 down or up, and then let's like rotate this 180 like that, and maybe, I don't know, 65, 50. I know it looks like a mess right now, but we'll make sense of something of it in a second. So, I mean, have fun with this also. Like you could go, you could even not rotate like that. You could do this, and then you could like maybe change the scale in some places. You could add a deformer, like a taper, a linear taper, and then yeah, I always have trouble with this one. Set the capture length direction up. I'll just change the origin, the length. What? That's weird. This one. Come on. Why is it doing that? Capture origin. There it is. So yeah, you could you could do like some weird totemic stuff, like, you know, and we have like a completely different shape geometry right now. Like we have a different base mesh just from particles. Remember, we started from the particles, and remember we still have those flip fluids, those meshes from the flip fluids, and it's really as easy as doing an object merge here. Object merge, and then I could go back. Let's just save. Always save, guys. Let's go back here, and I could copy this node. So I can go like this and hit Control C. I can go up, go back to where I was in PopSim, go to the object merge, click on object, and Control V, enter, and it will bring it in here. You know? It's a really cool way to, like, you know, link stuff from different networks and stuff like that. It's as easy as that. And remember, this is cached, so I could move with the timeline and choose a place that I like. Honestly, I'm not so pleased with this mesh specifically, like this one. Let's go back to this one. Let's go back to the fluid, and let's load. Remember, in this compressed cache, we did 2. So let's go back to the dream flake. Remember this one, it called itself that's what my hip file is named, dreamflake_5. Let's load the other one. But this one was like only up until I think 40 frames. So yeah, there we go. Let's get there. This one's colored in a weird way. But remember, this is all procedural. So I just caught this address, and now I can go back to my PopSim. There it is. You know? It's really cool. So we can use this, and same thing. Let's actually just rotate this. I feel like this should be like that. Control, by the way, to snap. So we're like that. And then, yeah, let's use like the symmetrize here instead. And let's symmetrize. Control, remember, to snap, and then control maybe this way. That's at 45 degrees. That's at 35. I mean 90. Yeah, I could even like rotate it from the transform like that. You see, we got a alien head right now. I don't know about you guys, but I'm always seeing these things. Like, I know it's just a piece of fluid that's splashing, but you know, we could use this. Like, this could be like a, I don't know. If we go back to what we had here, sure, this is like a different scale, but if I just took this, and by the way, you can just, a quick way to center this, if you put a transform again, you can just put move centroid to transform to origin, and it will snap it back to 0, 0. If you don't want to do the B box thing here and blah, blah, just sometimes it's quick. Sometimes you'll need the B box if you want to link it to something else, but you could also use the match size. This node, it's pretty easy. It's pretty useful. Like this one is the target, and this one is what you want to transform. So if I wanted to, let's say, scale this to the size of this, you see now it already snapped to the center of the object. And then here we could go like scale to fit, and it will scale it to somewhat the same size. Of course, you'll have to change it again, like drop again another transform, or you could use the transform that was here and rotate it. Yeah, it's gonna do some yeah, you can't move it. Like you'll have to offset it here or drop another transform. But what I'm trying to do now is see if I can use this. By the way, also a cool trick. If you select this node, and then you select this node, shift select, and then if I press Alt and click on one of these, you see I have these two, and then if I let go of the mouse, it'll automatically add a merge node, which is pretty useful. All right. Okay. Let's just move this back. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, it's like a backpack or something. The brain backpack. Let's maybe. Ugh. We can rotate this like that. Let's do that for now, because later we're gonna resend this. But I'm just showing you how you can use different parts of a simulation and try to do some extractions, you know, like abstractions, I would say, to kind of, you know, imagine stuff. Okay, let me just see if people. Would you show where the MOPs should be installed, or can you show a link with so much? Oh yeah. Yeah, no worries. Actually, it's very easy. If you go to the MOPs website, here, I'll share it in the chat. You'll have everything there. I'm going to share it in the general chat. Wait just a second. Chat, everyone. So if you guys just go to this website, you'll download it on GitHub, and then you'll have to like add it to your Houdini environment. Like basically you download it, put it in a file, and then somewhere on your computer, and then you need to go to your Houdini environment file. Like it's like a notepad inside Houdini in documents, and you'll have to just say where the path to MOPs is. If I have time at the end, I'll show you guys. Okay. So yeah, let's okay, what are we gonna do now? Let's start slicing and doing like let's do some cool stuff with slicing. Like let's start getting into how we're gonna treat this mesh. I mean, honestly, what you could also do at this point again would be to remesh this, like re-VDB this. But I'm not so sure I want to do that now. We'll see. Because it's all procedural, I don't mind doing it later. So yeah, let's start looking at the poly slice. So the poly slice was it's a relatively new tool. Labs poly slice. It's a relatively new tool, and what it allows you to do is literally what it says. So if I just add, so if I just plug it in here and say, you'll see these all these parameters. Okay, so I'll explain in a bit what everything does, but right off the bat, you could just set VBox, and then it will read what the bounding box of the object is. And notice what it's already done. It's sliced our model based on this bounding box. This was something that would take a bit more time. I remember seeing a tutorial like, what, 5 years ago, when someone, I think it was Tim or Tom Helsing, I can't remember his last name. Sorry, Tom or Tim. But he did this really cool tutorial back then, and it was like based on how to do a copy to points and get these planes to boolean your mesh based on the size, and then yeah, like, and now it's just one node. You could double click and again you could see what happens in there. But Houdini Labs, like SideFX Labs, have made this now way more accessible, and we're gonna do some cool stuff with this. For starters, I'm gonna add a normal SOP. It's just gonna add some normals on our surface. If you go to this thing here, display primitive for normals. If I go up, actually there were already some normals, but I'm just gonna add them onto. I'm gonna double check if it should be on points or vertices. But notice how we have this. Every different normals being added to different places will give you different results. Remember that? So let's put it on points for now. It looks like a cactus. And let's use this thing here. Like, okay, so you can run this on a group. Sorry. And you have two modes, poly or polyline. Polyline obviously will just create these lines, and then you can extrude those. And that was what the tutorial I was telling you about used to do. It would like cut them, and then you could extrude them like this. I hope I don't break my computer. Yeah, something like that. And then you could also do a fill, polyfill, and then extrude. Put this at point normal. Yeah, I'm going to like crazy with this, but if you wanted, you could do something like that. You know, this is pretty messy, but you get the idea. So going back to the poly slice, let's put this back to poly. Let's go to use rest. And for now, instead of rest, let's put n, because now if we middle mouse click on our poly slice, we have an attribute on the points, a lot of other attributes, which I think I should remove. I'll remove later. Attributes n, p, position. Let's try to control n, okay? Let's use rest, but instead of rest, let's use n. Automatically, we have something completely different. What is this doing? Basically, I'm using attribute n to control where I'm slicing my mesh. And it's pretty cool. I mean, you could get some cool paneling with this. Like if I was now to quickly just, okay. If I was gonna extrude, poly extrude, and in poly extrude, let's go to local control, distance scale, and let's put that at CE. And then now if we point based on point normal, let's extract it, like extrude. You can start to see like how we can get these pretty cool panels. Obviously, we'll need another normal sub to solve those. And then if I drop down a smooth node, maybe might get better results. But yeah, I mean, this poly slice tool is so cool. It's so much fun, honestly. And I've been using it for a while and trying different stuff with it. And today we're gonna use it pretty heavily because we're gonna be making a lot of cool extractions from the geometry and mesh that we've been using. By the way, remember, we're just using this attribute normal. We could use like an attribute blur over here. And then we could blur the M. And then we could use that to kind of blur the normal in specific directions. Obviously, I'm like going a bit too crazy with it, but you know, there's a lot of stuff we could do. I think we could also use a FOP, attribute FOP. And like you could multiply a anti-alias noise. I'm just trying this now. I don't think I've tried this before. I can't remember if I've tried this before. Just multiply this noise by 10. Just trying to push it too much. And then see if this does something. Oops, maybe I need to normalize this. But you get the idea. You could go crazy with it. This is just too much. I think if I just put a fit range, it should work. Oh, but these are different values. Just remembered. This is a vector and that one's a float. Vector. No, doesn't want. Yeah. Anyway, you get the idea. You could, I'm pretty sure you could like multiply the normal, give the normal like some noise, and then you'd get another noise. But instead of doing that, let's do something else. So remember when originally we used REST? You could put, it was at default. If I right click here, go to revert to defaults, it was REST, right? What that is basically you could add a REST SOP. Just remove this. You could basically add a REST SOP to control where the points are. What does that mean? Okay, so let's drop down another mountain SOP. Okay, and let's look at this. Okay, so the mountain SOP is obviously going to distort the living hell out of your mesh, but what it's doing is it's pushing also points in specific directions. So what that means is that if I could use the amount of displacement that was being done by the mountain to control the poly slice, then I should get some cool results. I mean, let's just try it, okay? So let's maybe make this big or whatever. And maybe let's put it at positive. We'll play around with these while as soon as we set it up. So let's put a rest SOP, rest position. And over here we have the normal one, and this one is the deformed version. Okay, nothing looks like it changed, but if I go to my poly slice now, I will start to see something different. Okay, I'm starting to see like, look, if I turn off the rest, it's gonna be straight. If I turn it back on, I'm starting to deform those cuts, you know. Obviously, you could change the amount of slices you want. You know, you can go somewhere 12. So, and then I mean, we could play with the mountain SOP here. We could change. You see, while I change the amplitude, it's changing what's happening with the slicing. Change the size. See, when I went back down, it starts to become a bit more uniform again. So play with that, you know, like try different stuff. You know, you'll do it to your taste. I mean, sometimes I feel like having it very dense, sometimes I don't. Oh, also change like the operation of your mountain saw to see what else it does. Make it not zero centered, make it maybe positive or negative, or maybe like negative like that, and see what that does, you know. So let's just go crazy with it. That looks funky. We've got some cool edges here and there, you know. What you could also do is you could take, instead of a mountain saw, you could take, let's say, I don't know, you could take a bend or a twist. Let's go like for a twist. You could do the same thing, right? So because you're essentially what you're doing is you're just moving points and you're letting the points push and control where the slice is happening through that attribute. So let's have a look here. So like, let's say we have the twist, and let's do this real quick. So let's just say set capture or region, and just you can click like that, and then you just have it there. And let's like twist this, okay? Let's twist it a lot. And then let's put that as the rest position. So now you can see that your slices are starting to like, you know, they're following a specific direction. They're like twisting. So go crazy with it, you know, and maybe you could add the mounted after that. So then you'll have these like really expressive swirls and stuff like that. So now it's pretty asymmetrical, what we've done. Let's go back to symmetry. Let's restore that symmetry, because I think it'll look better, honestly. Actually, you know what? Let's leave it for now like this. Let's leave it for now, and then at the end we'll symmetrize. So let me just check if we have any other questions. No? I think they're all answered. Yeah, I think all the questions were answered. Okay, moving on. So, oops. Yeah, this was done for the normal setup. I'll leave it for that. You guys will get yeah, I mean, you guys can watch this again and see what I did with the normal thing. These are actually pretty cool. Okay. So moving on, let us start with okay, let's start making this usable, because right now we have too many cuts, you know, on the edges, and it might look pretty messy right now if I was gonna, you know, try to separate stuff and try to use what we did with the slicing. So let's drop down and assemble saw first. I'm going to assemble these pieces. I'm going to say create path primitives. And then I am going to actually, I don't need to assemble. Let's do a block, okay? For those who don't know, blocks are basically like a for loop. They run a set of operations on specific pieces. Like if you wanted to run one thing, like a specific operation on something, you could use these blocks to kind of run over and over and over again. So it'll make sense once I do it. Then block end. And in this block path, we want to tell it that you are going to the block end here. All right. So what are we gonna do with this? First thing we're gonna do is we are going to remesh all these. And to make it simple, I am going to actually I'm gonna do it two ways. I'm gonna do it 2 ways, and I'm gonna show you why I'm doing it with blocks and not with a for each connected. So let's go with a for each connected piece. And this one is basically a for each loop on connected pieces. But in this one, it's a bit less heavy because it's actually extracting pieces or points, whereas this one is using feedback. And I'll tell you why again, I'll be doing this. So basically now, if I were going to do this with a for loop, I wouldn't get I wouldn't be able to do this more than once on each part. And the reason why I want to do that is because sometimes what would happen is that I'll have a piece that goes all the way around the mesh, and the remesh would only work, let's say, on that part, or the operation would just work on that part. And I don't want that to happen. I want it to happen on each and every single piece, and without kind of skipping or grouping stuff, you know, because this connected piece will connect everything. So you might have floating islands. It's not to say that it doesn't work, it works, but sometimes the block route would work better. So I'm going to do it with the for each, and we'll see if it doesn't work the way we want, we can do it again. We can just copy paste those nodes in a block instead, a normal block. So I'm going to first drop down a remesh node. And over here, I'm just going to put it in single pass at the end here, single pass, just so we're just looking at one piece. And let's like find a big piece. Like this one. So it went from this to this, and you'll see in a bit why I'm doing this. Then I'm going to drop down a smooth. Actually, maybe I'll make this one a bit higher res, something like that. And then I'm going to drop down a smooth. Put it up like maybe 200. And then I'm going to group the edges. Drop down a group node. And then let's call this to bevel. Okay. And you'll see why I'm saying that. Because I'm going to use the group that's outside of these to do a bevel. And you'll see what we'll do with these bevels in a moment. So let's turn off base group. Let's go back to this guy. And let's say this is an edges group. And we're going to include by edge unshared edges. That is going to group every single piece from the outside. It's going to create a group on the outside of every single piece. So let's turn off single pass. Give it a second. Let it cook. There we go. All right. You might ask me now, what did that do? Well, what we're essentially doing now is we're taking a group that goes around the perimeter of each piece, each of these pieces. And then we're going to use that to control a bevel on each one of these islands. So to do that, first we're going to drop down a fuse node because I want a version of this that's fused. And then I'm going to use a group transfer. Okay. Now I'm going to transfer to this one. Actually, no, I'm going to transfer this one is transfer from, sorry, from to, exactly, sorry. So what is the group that I'm transferring? That one is the edge group that we called to bevel. So if I go back here, and then if I middle mouse, click the information, and then I can go to, where is it? To bevel. Oh, it's not going to show it to me. I don't know why. Okay, we can test it in a bit, but I can see, where is it? That's the issue with with edge groups, sometimes you can't really check them. I don't know if anybody knows like a better way to do it. Sometimes it just doesn't let me see it. But usually, like you see, if I press this I and then I go like CD and I click it, it shows it. Like it should show. You see, like class, it showed different one. CD, name, slice ID. You know, like this is a really good way to kind of keep track of what you're looking at. So I'll turn off the visualization for now. Let's now drop a poly bevel. Okay. So what are we going to do with the poly bevel? Well, remember that group that we just created? We're going to use that. So tab, go to poly bevel. Okay, cancel, 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 because it's going to try and bevel everything. Oh my God, I completely forgot. It happens. Come on, baby. You don't have to crash on me now. Yeah, there we go. Yes, didn't crash. Save. Okay, I just bypassed my poly bevel just in case. So with the poly bevel, we want to get the two bevel group. Okay, let's relet it. Okay, it didn't explode, which is great. And now, as we go up with the distance, we should start to see some stuff. And we have some stuff that's messing up because we went too far up. But what happened here? So remember those lines that we had before? I mean, we do have some issues in some parts because we had too many big parts, but that's not a big issue because we could remove them with this node called delete smaller pieces, lab delete small parts. I'm not sure it's going to work if they're not connected. Let's see. And like, oh my God. It's weird how a lot of things, oh yeah, you see that? So you can use a threshold where it removes like very small pieces so they don't be that problematic, but it is kind of messing up in some places. I don't know if I want to use it. We could leave it for now. Let's leave it on the side for now, okay? Let's see how messed up it's going to be. So we have the bevel. Ooh, this one doesn't look good. Let me just do something here. I think I could use an exclusion here and ignore flat edges. No, that's just making it worse. Okay, well, we'll try to solve that in a bit. Let's continue. We'll find it. We'll figure that out. Might be that this one is still thinking that it's a point group. Let's maybe change this to a chamfer. You could, you know, bevels on triangular shapes could always, you know, on tries could always yield very weird results. Not always, but most of the times it will. You know, like we have here, like a loop that doesn't continue, which could be problematic later. But we have a lot of good places also. So that being said, let's move on. Let's now, sorry. So let's do something. Let's use a, oh yeah. So we're gonna need two groups from this poly bevel. We're gonna need the edge fillet polys, these ones, and we will need the point fillet polys, which is this one. So we're gonna use a split, or maybe we could use a. We'll use a blast. We'll use a blast, and then we will blast those two groups. Did it work? It didn't work. What happened here? Skip non-manifolds. Oh my God, got non-manifolds. This should work. Why isn't it working? Maybe it's the edge fillet polys. Let's see. I think this is it. Yeah, it was edge fillet polys, not points. Or so what are those? Those are basically the bevels that we did. And why did we do that? Because now we're going to remesh this again. So let's use exercise. Exercise. What do we measure? Yeah, it's gonna take a bit longer. That's fine. Oh, that didn't work. And the reason is because we have such a low number here. Let's go to like something like, it's okay if you go up because this is a big mesh, okay? Don't be shy with the number here. I mean, definitely keep in mind what your computer can handle. I'm gonna use something like maybe 300,000. Okay, is that 30 or 300? 300,000. Second. I know we've spent some time waiting on stuff, but yeah, that's how it is. These things. All right. I think I can work with this. I know it is messy in some places. I mean, you wanna take more time with this kind of stuff, you know, like maybe we shouldn't have sliced this small, you know, in places. But just for demonstration, like, you know, we have some fun places here, maybe. Let's see when we progress what we'll end up with. So right now, let's add a cool node. Let's save first, and let's turn off auto cook. I don't want it to cook again and again and again on the exo side. So let's add a delta mush. Delta mush is usually a rigging thing. It's really useful with when you're skinning characters and you want to kind of like equalize weights of bones on meshes. It has this really good, it's a really good algorithm and how it distributes equally specific weights on meshes. So it's very useful when it comes to smoothing stuff out. So we're going to play now with the iterations and the step size to start and smooth out all this jaggedness. And you can see right away that we're starting slowly to get way more interesting shapes. And we have pretty decent like topology, you know. The exo side did a really good job. I mean, yeah, we're throwing a lot of curveballs at that node, but again, I know it is messy in some places, but it's really a matter. It's really about getting the right balance. Like you have some happy moments here, maybe some up here. Yeah, like this area is cool. We're not gonna go so crazy, but remember, like you could always dial in these parameters to your liking. Okay. So after that, let's add an extrude. And let's make sure we do it on point normals. And let's slowly bring this up. Let's see. I don't know my scales that much, so oops, no, yeah, it's too much. Let's see, 2.5. All right, let's add a smooth. Okay. Starting to get some cool stuff. I mean, yeah, it's pretty dense in some places, but you get the idea. This is a cool place here. This looks fine. This looks nice. Yeah, this is like this is a bit too thin, but I don't know. You might enjoy rendering this in some places with like some depth of field. We'll get into that in a bit. Okay, so let's symmetrize this again. So lab symmetrize, and let's symmetrize it. Wait, symmetrize it. Let's see. Let's try. A bit heavy. On X. There. Or we could go Z. So like this. Whoa. That looks cool. And this is kind of how I did the Byronic hero artwork. It's kind of something like this. I think back then I kind of made the delta mush a bit less, maybe. It was like less iterations, something like that. Okay. Get some cool, these are cool moments, you know, like this kind of stuff here. So yeah, okay. What else are we gonna do? Now we have to get ready for exporting this to C4D. So let's okay. What we need to do basically is we need to assemble and we need to find a way to give colors to each part of these strands. I know it might sound very complex, but this is the point where when I was building my setup, I realized that using a block, a normal block with feedback, gave me better results. And we're gonna see why. And hopefully I'll be able to do it with this kind of density of a mesh right now. Let's see, okay? Let's add first an assemble to assemble all the connected stuff. So create packed primitives. And then we're gonna drop down a color sop. In this color sop, we're gonna go to primitive and then random. So now, actually this one worked pretty good. And why am I saying it worked pretty good? Well, it's because I don't have, let's say, this whole part and all these lines, all these subdivided things, I don't have them one color. And I want this variation in color right now because I want to use this later in my shading to be able to control specific parameters of a shader with a black and white map. I'll remap these colors to black and white, and I'll try to select a range where I'll control parts of what will be, let's say, less shiny, or what will be emissive, or what will be, I don't know, metallic. So that's why I'm doing this way. Now, since we've gone with the symmetrical thing, I can use an attribute symmetrize or attribute mirror. What was it? Can't remember. Mirror, attribute mirror, there it is. And we want to mirror color. So we'll mirror color, which is on primitives, and we will mirror it in the Z direction. There we go. And now we have the color mirrored on the Z direction. Cool. Okay. Save that. Let's try now to bring in our fluid thing that we used. I don't know. Should we use it? Let's try to use it. Let's bring this match size down. You can use Y. It's like it brings up this scissors. These scissors. You can just cut these off. Go back down here and let's save first match size to this one. Okay. And then again, remember we could select 2 or 3 or 4 nodes or whatever. Alt click, and then we can get the merge. Yeah, it's like this alien with a gooey backpack right now. We could use the FFD, like a lattice, to kind of shape it if we want, the way we, around the body. We could just add another transform here. Just move it a bit back. I mean, yeah, just go crazy with it. We could also even symmetrize that one up in Y. Let's go here. Yeah, up in Y, but let's like move the origin and the direction. Let's flip it -Y, -1. So you have like this kind of double splash thing. And then if we Y, cut this one off, put it back in, we have this cool cradle for our alien with fluids. All right. How are we on time? I'm thinking if we should go into one more thing before we start exporting stuff. Actually, let's do it. Yeah. Okay. So let's save this. Okay, this guy's ready to go. We just need to do one more thing, which we'll get back to in a second. But what I want to show you guys before we start getting into the exports is, just a second. Screen. Okay. Yeah, you guys can see my screen here. In this work, we had these like kind of feathers, so-called feathers. So it would be nice to have a look at how to do these with Houdini. I did these originally in C4D real quick, but we can do them in Houdini and show you how we can do them real quick as well, using MOPs. Like they give a nice volume. Although now we gave our alien a kind of a fluid splashy backpack. I'm guessing it will be nice to do maybe something that goes like that. Might be too much, but how do I remove my annotation? Oh my god, I don't know how to do it. Okay, let's go back to Houdini. And yeah, let's do those feathers. So let's drop down another geo cell, geo node. Let's call this feathers. And let's type it. So how I did those was I used actually something like lofting, which is usually if any of you guys have a grasshopper background, it's a lot of like Rhino, they use a lot of NURBS, and they use this kind of meshing technique as well a lot. So I've been also messing around with that in Houdini. There are two main nodes. One is called the skin node, which is pretty cool. You can put like a profile and a cross section and use that to mesh something. And there's also the loft, polyloft, which kind of uses the same thing, but has a bit different, parameters. So for starters, let's drop down a circle. Okay. Let's increase the divisions. Let's clip that circle. So a clip. Let's make sure that the circle is open arc. Okay. So now we have this arc, and then let's drop down a line. Let's have a look at this line. Turn on the dots, the points, and by the way, a really cool, if you can't see the dots, these points, you can go to D. If you press D again, where I was turning back on and on the background, dark thing, you could go to guides and then point marker size, this one, you can put it up, and then you can start seeing your points that are bigger, It's really useful if you're just trying to, solve something that has to do with points. So let's add more points. And let's make the line go in the Z direction. Doesn't matter. We'll position it in different ways later. So we have this line with 20 points. And now let's use MOPs again. Let's use MOPs instancer. Use the circle in the MOPs. And this time in MOPs instancer, instead, again, we're going to go to distribution, grid. We're going to change that to mesh. And then we're going to put the line in there. Obviously, it's going to say scatter. Before I turn it on, I'm just going to turn off scatter, put it to points. And then I'm going to turn off the points because I don't want to see all these millions of points. So let's see what this does. It gives us this greenhouse where you can grow your vegetables. But we don't want that. We want, first let's play with the length. So how can we make these? Oh, I'm not sharing my entire screen, right? Yeah. So how can we make those feathers that I showed you? Well, we will need first, let's put down the points number. We're gonna use something that's really powerful with MOPs called a fall off. Basically, we're going to use the spline, the same line that we had, copying these semicircles, like these arches, and we're going to use that to remap an attribute called fall off. So to do that, let's first drop down a MOPs line fall off, okay? Because it's a spline. So the first input goes into the MOPs. It's saying that not enough source specified. So it requires a spline. Let's take that line and put it in there. And let's highlight this. Now, right off the bat, you're not going to see anything because, although you're not going to see anything in the viewport, but if we use our geometry spreadsheet, we should be able to see on our points something called MOPs fall off, which is not there. Or is it? Oh, there it is. You see it? So MOPs fall off. Currently, it's all 1. So it's usually a 0 to 1 value. You could change it, like here. But these are the modes that this one has. So it says distance to spline, or you can put distance times curve position. Now to visualize this, we see something change, by the way. You see that? We have different values now. To visualize this, they have this checkbox here called preview fall off. So let's turn that on. And now we'll see like these colors. So these represent basically the 0 to 1 thing. If you go to fall off preview tab here, it's using a heat map. We can use a black body, or you can use infrared. I usually use black and white, but just to see it, it's cool. We know that red is 1, I'm guessing. Let's see. Okay, so we have this curve we could use, this ramp. And we could change like where the fall off is happening. But to better visualize this, let's have something control, like let's say a transform. Let's scale these arches based on this fall off. To do that, let's add a transform modifier. MOPs transform modifier. Let's highlight it. And by default, because it's in MOPs, in MOPs territory, the MOPs thing gave out a fall off attribute, which we saw here in the geometry spreadsheet. We have here the MOPs transform modifier, which is also using that fall off attribute. So if I was to move, let's say, the scale down, there we go. You see, that fall off is controlling the size of these arches. And you can sit and design like different shapes, So for what we were doing this feather thing. So I'm going to put this point up, this point down, this point down. There we go. And this point up again. Something like that, right? And then I can play with where this happens. Okay. Now, how do I mesh this? Well, remember I was telling you about this skin node? Well, if I plug this in, nothing's going to happen. Why is that? Because MOPs, remember, packs them into primitives. So now I'm not seeing any more than points on each object. It's considering that each instance of these clones is a point. So I have to unpack them again. Okay. So let's drop down unpack node. And there we go. We have something. It's still not there because now what's happening is there's a lot of points and the numbering is a bit weird. So to solve this, I've usually been able to fix that with a hues node, put it between here, and there we go. Now what we have is this tubey-like thing, right? And we can design it like we could, we could make the tips smaller. We could go back to our fall off. Let's make these catmull ROM just to, make it smoother. We could increase the number of clones. So like in the line, remember the line is what's cloning the numbers. So we could just increase this to get a smoother shape, and yeah, that's kind of how I did those basically. And then we'll do one more thing and before we start exporting. Okay, so what we want to do now is we want to do that cage, like a cool cage around these. Okay, so we're going to take this out like that, and we're going to let's use a poly reduce. Okay, so let's bring down the number of polys. Let's go down to like, I don't know. By the way, you can use preserve quads, but I don't want quads. I want right now for this example, I want to show you guys different shapes with like tris and quads. There was one thing maybe that works here that keeps the boundaries on. Yeah. This one just tries to maintain the boundaries from what I can see. So let's bring these down even more like that. Okay. And then let's add a group. Let's group all the edges. So base group edges. All right, grouping all the edges. But before, I don't know if we should do that before or after. Let's do it before now. Let's symmetrize it. So that there. There's a cool node called curve group. Labs edge grouped curve. There we go. Group. And that gives us the curves of the group. Now we don't have that many points. And so let's resample those. But here, resample. And let's smooth those. Would be a good idea to add a fuse just to make sure it works. Yeah, we're starting. I mean, just play around. Remember, this is symmetrized, so if I like go up, down, we get some cool shapes, you know. One thing to note, we should give this like a peak, small peak one, because we want it to poke out of the mesh here. Remember, like we don't want it to be inside, so just a little peak like that. And then just for speed, I'm gonna use polywire again. Polywire, sorry, not again, polywire, because you could use VDB meshing the same way we did those what's it called? Those particles from pops. But I'm just doing it quick here, smooth, you know, get some nice webbing. You could subdivide that even, but be careful because we're going to put a lot of these. And honestly, that's way more interesting than what I had in my original work. So yeah, we could just merge these. Merge. And there you go. And then we could add a color. Let's start exporting. Okay, because I don't want to. I want to be able to have. I want to have some more time for a quick break before we dive into shading and lighting. So yeah, let's give this guy a color, primitive red, maybe. So red. And let's give this one a green. A green. Just so we can define them, separate them. Okay, one last thing we're going to do is we're going to make this like a fan out. You could do it in so many ways, but the quickest way again is with MOPs. So let's put MOPs instancer. Distribution, radio. There we go. You can control like the scale of the radius. See that? You could say like 180. That was kind of what I did, you know? And one last thing we're going to do is we're going to add another MOPs fall off, but this time it's going to be a shape, MOPs shape fall off. And what this one's going to be, you see it gives us originally like some fall off types. So there's like linear, spherical, box, torus, cylinder. The one I want is the radial wipe. What this is going to do is this is going to make a fall off. As you can see, it drew these lines. It's going to make a fall off based on like a radial thing, which is pretty much why I need it. So if I just plug this into a transform, MOPs transform modifier again, let's say I want to control like the scale. Okay. So let's make this like that and this like that. Okay. Wow, that works. Why is it like that? Let's preview the fall off. Come on. Yeah, there we go. I mean, it's gonna do it per step here. but yeah, you can see, I would recommend, a good thing to do here would be to put the match size, and then you see like how it centered the pivot here, but we want the pivot to be like here. So we can go to justify here and say on Z and put it at, not min, sorry, max. There you go. So now if I go back to my MOPs, obviously they're too far out because I pushed this radius too much, but right now it should scale from that point. Have fun with it. Remember, this is like, there's a fall off here, so we could like change the rotation, the pitch. So many things we can do. It's a lot of fun, honestly. All right. So last thing we're gonna do, I just noticed I said that multiple times. Let's export this, okay? So let's unpack first. And then let's group these based on color. So we'll do a group expression. And then in the expression, we're going to go add CD because CD was color. RGB is XYZ, so X for the red. And that should be equal to 1. Because remember, we put red on this one. So if that works, let's call this one mat01, material, first material. So if we go here, we should see that we have, where is it? These groups, some of them are 1, some of them are 0. And those are the primitives that belong to that group. So now let's do another one. I just alt-click, drag, by the way, to duplicate that. CD. Now RGB, G is Y, so Y. And let's call this one mat02. So we have two groups now. We have the mat01 and mat02. Now let's split this. Okay. And let's split mat1. And let's assign a material to this one and a material to the other one. So like if I go here like that. Here, like that. Here, you'll see we have each one. Now I want to assign a new material to each one of these. So I'm going to go up to my material. You know, in here there's object, path, shops, and materials, channel editors. We're going to go to material tab, just add two. We're going to add two materials. So principal shader, call this one mat01. Alt click drag, it automatically names it mat02. Object, go back to feathers, bring this guy, tab, material, it's group 1, it's mat1, and materials, mat1. Okay, this one. You'll see why in a second, why I did it mat1, mat2. So now you'll notice, if I go to my vertices, my primitives, you'll see that it has, everything was directed to this material. So now we can export this in C4D, each one with its own assigned material, or it will actually split them. So that's really useful, you know, because when we're going to be working with so many different parts, we don't want to sit and select, you know, different materials and stuff like that. So like different faces and all those. So we want to be able to select them, you know, separately. Just one last thing I'm going to do. I'm going to also promote I'm going to also promote the color attribute from primitive to vertex, just in case. Sometimes it works without it, sometimes it does. It doesn't. So I'm just going to make sure that works, you know. And I'm going to do that before I split. So attribute promote. It's just, I'm used to doing that. So, and the attribute I'm promoting is from primitives and it's CD. Yeah. So we have shop material, two prim groups, which are map2, map1 and map2. And we have vertex attributes, which are CD, if you can see that. All we need to do now is just drop down a ROP Alembic output. And I'm going to direct it to my exports. And over here, I did some tests today. I'm going to call this feathers for 1. Make sure you put .abc for Alembic. There's not really much we need to do. Just make sure save to disk, current frame, name it, and say save to disk. Now let's double check this one in C4D. Just a second, having C4D open. We're just going to double check, make sure our export is working nice. So we can start shading. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to share my screen again. I hope you guys can see my screen. Okay, we're in C4D. So let's file, merge, go to exports, feathers, ABC, press OK. And here we go. We should have 2 groups. You see those? So we have A, this one, and B, this one. And we also have the color ID here. So we'll use these groups to assign different shaders. And you can see really quick, just before if I just put one that's red and that's, I don't know, blue, and I assign these 2 here. In C4D, I can go to selection and add this. And add this. And there we go. It's working. Now, before we go on our break, I'm going to show you what we're going to do with the big guy over there. I'm not going to do the same thing. With this one, I'm going to do something a bit different. So what I wanted to do, like I said before, what's happened here? I didn't notice that one. Okay, we'll try not to get that in our camera. What I want to do here, and let me just make sure we're sharing the right screen, is basically use to import this information as the same way as we imported it into C4D with the color attribute. Okay, so the easiest way to do that is to literally, all we need to do is, because we have all this information is on our primitives and we have CD, we need to promote that to our points. So we will go here. Actually, I'm gonna export the backpack separately. So let's go here. And let's add a attribute promote. Same thing. It was CD going from primitives to points. Okay, that's it. This is what I love about Alembics. Ooh, something's wrong. Why did that happen? Because I need to unpack. Remember, because it was assembled before. So let's just unpack and make sure when we unpack transfer attributes, we transfer CD. There we go. And now we have CD on our points. We are ready to export. So let's just drop down again, ROP, Alembic. Let's name it. What do you guys want to call it? Let's call it, I don't know, big totem guy. Okay, make sure that you see here all the attributes go out and just save to disk. That's it. Render, save to disk. Let's check it in C4D. Share screen so you guys can see my other screen. So let me see, are you guys seeing it? Yeah. Let's go to a new file, merge, exports, and test. What? Didn't I export it? Just double check. $hip, big totem guy. Oh, I didn't put it in exports. My bad. We just move it there. So here. Okay. So this is it. And we should, here we go. We have our color ID in here. All right, guys. So we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Maybe let's do it 10 minutes. I don't know. We'll go between 5 and 10. And next thing we're gonna be doing is we're gonna have a look at Octane and some shading and how we're gonna use all this information to start, creating some nice shaders to render. Okay, so I will see you guys in something around between 5 to 10 minutes. All right. See you in a bit. Right. So let's see. Just a second. So let's get back to our alien guy. I don't know if I should write in the chat because I can't hear anyone talking. So I'm just gonna say we're back. The chat. Right. So where we left off, we were in C4D. Let's go. Okay. Now, you might have noticed when I first imported this model, it was like that. Let's make sure, I like to make sure, by the way, I don't think I'm gonna have time to explain everything in C4D. I'm assuming you guys can just do like a starter thing, but it's a really cool software because everything's very within reach. So for starters, usually what I do is if I import something from Houdini and I'm not sure of the size, I'll just drop down a cube. And like usually things should be within this size. Of course, maybe it's something big, it'll be bigger. But this obviously, and by the way, NG does this wireframe thing. So it's obviously very small. I'm gonna go to the alembic options in C4D and go to, let's put it in meters, right? So this would be more of a realistic scale of what we did. I'm gonna go back to NC to see what we have, what we're working with. And remember we imported these. Let's copy. This is what I love, by the way, of C4D now. Like it's just, you can jump between different scenes and copy paste stuff. It's very intuitive. Okay, this one also needs to be put in meters. And oh yeah, remember we left the, I'm just gonna import real quick our fluid thing. Remember that backpack we did with the fluids? I'll do it off screen because, I don't want to waste so much time. So just a second. Okay, file merge. I just exported the fluid thing, which I have no idea where I put it. Just drop down the drop. And say fluid. I'm doing these off screen, so just so we can speed up everything. Okay. So our fluid should be here. There we go. That's our fluid. Oh, but it's not symmetrized. It's not a problem. We'll just control click, rotate like that, put it wherever we want. So, and let's position this where we want it. Guys, have fun with this. Like, take your time in creating these compositions. So you see, this was kind of what I was doing with the other one. I'm trying to make like this. This looks like a peacock from space. So yeah. Just right away, I'm going to save this file. I don't know if you guys can see when I'm saving, but it's not that important. Just saving this file right now. All right, let's start using Octane. So remember how when I started with the talk, I was saying that, you know, I'm going to use Octane, not other renderers. Well, it's basically because with the experience that I've had in the past, I used to use a lot of Redshift before, but I've noticed that whenever I got vertex data into Redshift, it would be so sluggish. I don't know why. I really don't know why. And I've actually written on the forums of Redshift, and the guys were like, yeah, we're looking into it. But that was right before they got acquired by Maxon. So I guess they changed the team, or I don't know. And I just never saw that, you know, enhancement or that update happen with Redshift. So for that reason, I'm using Octane at the moment when I'm moving from Houdini into Cinema 4D, unless, you know, there's something really specific I want to do. So that being said, we're going to use Octane to extrapolate all these. If you notice here on the right, we have all these all this information that came in with from Houdini. So we have like these selections of the cage on the feathers. We have the color, which we could remap to a black and white map on each and every one of these things. So to start Octane, we'll click on Octane up here. Let's open the live viewer window. Just give it a second. I'm going to close all my other stuff because this is where, you know, your GPU is everything. And you're going to need every single bit of memory. And I hope I won't have a deadly crash while I'm rendering. I'll try to keep it, you know, toned down. So right off the bat, obviously, if I just press this Octane thing, you know, it's going to give me some default lighting. A quick tip: we have for those who don't know Octane, there are multiple kernels, which are ways of how the render engine works. One of the most underrated kernels is the direct lighting kernel, especially with the GI diffuse. I don't know why it's underrated that much, but it's super fast. Like, did you just notice how quick it's rendering? I don't know if it's just me, but guys, this renders so fast. And I promise I was not paid by Octane to talk this way. I've had this experience and I'm always blown away. Look, it's taking less than a second. And I know we didn't have any lights. We don't have lights yet, but this is so fast. Look at that. Anyway, so I usually tend to use the direct lighting kernel because it's very fast. If I'm going to do some subsurface scattering, which we might do now, I'll use the path tracer, but you'll see when I put the path tracer, sure, it has such a better GI, but it's way slower. You could optimize it, but I'll only use it when I'm using a lot of subsurface scattering or refractive material, and I need to focus on those things. So let's start by adding an HDRI. I'm going to stick to direct lighting. So we go to Objects, HDRI Environment, and everything's black because we don't have a texture. So what are we going to do? I'm going to use a plugin called Grayscale. I don't know if you guys know Grayscale Gorilla, but Grayscale Gorilla are some of the best people who teach C4D, and they've created their own tools, and honestly, they're lifesavers. I can go here into extensions and go to HDR link tags, and then this HDR link literally links stuff without me having to open every single time an image. So I can take this image and put this file and put it in that that plugin, and automatically it's going to open like an HDRI, but I don't want that one maybe. So I'll open the plus library, and this is automatically linked. And now I can choose any kind of HDRI I want from the library, and you could add your folder, and if you have like some custom HDRIs, you could put them here. So let's just, let's try different HDRIs. I mean, this is all now going to go down to what you want, what the look of this will be. You could go with an outdoor, we're getting some cool lighting, like very dramatic stuff here. But it's really up to you what you feel like doing. You could go with studio stuff here. This stuff is good for obviously for metals, because you don't have, like, you have black, but it's not on the bottom. And that's usually an issue when we're rendering black, like metals, because you need something to reflect when it's like super reflective. So these are really good, like, let's say HDRIs for metals. But for now, I'm going to go with like something a bit more abstract. Like I might go with maybe this one. This is like some church. I don't know. Yeah, it's actually a church. I might even not go with an HDRI, but it's good to go with to start with an HDRI, because it's a starting point for all your reflections and your ambient light. And then we're gonna add some more lights and stuff like that. But for now, let's like I don't know. Let's go with let's try this. It's too flat. I noticed that we got some cool stuff from the Pro Studios. Let's look at these guys. Yeah, these are cool. These are pretty. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna go with my instinct, and I'm gonna stick with this one. What do you guys think? I'll stick with this one. All right. Let's stick with this. Let's save this file. I like what this is giving us, honestly. Like it has like this top light and something really cool happening down here. Like if you can see that, this is cool. So for starters, let's lock a camera. Let's keep this camera like there, and let's pop out of this cam and go into like another perspective cam and see again. And we have this cam. So let's start with some shaders. First, let's turn off this guy. Sorry. So let's turn off this guy. Where is it? The feathers. Let's turn them off for now. Let's focus, and even the pops. Let's focus on the big guy. Okay. So let's create a Octane material. Let's call this. I don't know. I still don't know what I'm gonna do with the materials, because we're gonna have we're gonna see how far we can push the variation. So let's go with I don't know. Let's just call it matte base. So okay, just so we know how to go back. So I'm gonna open the node editor. I usually like to put the node editor here, because I don't need to focus that much here. Like this is just for me to move my camera. Now my focus is mainly on, is mainly on the shaders, the node editor, and this. So I could even like remove this, but let's not. We can minimize it, and let's focus on our comp, okay? We will move our camera somewhere else later, but for now, let's just keep it like this. So first things first, we need to import our data. So what do we need? We need we first need the color ID, that one. So let's go. It's a vertex map basically. So vertex, I'll type vertex, and it'll give me vertex map. So I'm gonna put my vertex map in there. See, it read it. It's CD. Okay. So let's do this. And let's see what this vertex map is doing. And it's not doing anything. Why is that? Oh my God. Why is this happening? Let me see. Am I in the right one? Yeah. Why is it doing that? Maybe I need to do this. That's very weird. Okay, that's, oh, sorry, my bad. My bad. I didn't assign my material. I'm really sorry. So, okay, there we go. We got these colors, okay? So let's have a gradient so that we can, and by the way, whenever you're working in Octane and the node editor, you can like select, this is really cool, by the way. You could select any node and then press D, and it will solo that node. Also, what's really cool, I don't know if you guys noticed. Let me just, I'm sorry, I went so fast here. So if to remap this vertex map, I can put Octane, or usually because it's easy with one hand, because I always have one hand on the mouse and one hand on the keyboard. So I'll go gradient, like I'll type GRAD with one hand, and then it'll open like all these gradients. But the one that I really want is the Octane gradient. And look this is really cool. I can take the Octane gradient thing and I can click and drag and put it on the pipe. You see that? Boom, I just connect it. I love this about Octane, honestly. So then we can solo this D, and you see that? Now we have, you know, this color thing in black and white, but we need to, you know, find ranges. Okay, like that. You see, like now we're trying to find places that we can mask off and on. So let's use this as a blender for, let's say, different colors or materials. Let's say we're going to use, I don't know, we can use a marble and a metal and a leather. For the purpose of this, you know, like explore different ways, try different, you know, stuff. Look up like some cool color palettes. I always use Color Hunt. It's a cool like website, and I just go to like any random color palette, and I'll use it to, you know. I'm not going to necessarily make this Christmassy. I don't know if I have to. Let me just see if I can find like I don't want it to be so like red, white, blue kind of thing. Maybe it can be, okay, let's try this one. I found one. You'll see the colors in a bit. So I don't want to use orange. I'll use another color. Okay. So a really quick way to add stuff, like to start building your materials, I tend to use a lot Bridge. So I'm opening it on a different screen. I'll just share my entire screen for a second. So I can use Bridge and just go like, okay, I want marble. Just write marble. I can go to surfaces. Choose a marble. Do I want it rough? Do I want it polished? Or I can just go through all these. Maybe we can have this one. This one looks cool. But if we're gonna mix gold, won't work. Let's use like this one. This one looks cool. Yeah. So I already have it. Go to files. And I'll just use the albedo and roughness. There we go. Click and drag. We got it in there. Okay, remember we have this guy, we'll use it later, but for now, let's just start with this material. Let's click D again and D again to see how the thing is going. So we can use like UV transform or projection. We can change the projection of our material. Use the box version, which is really quick kind of triplanar mapping. So if you don't have UVs, you know, you can just put it on a static object like that, you know? And you can use the same node to control like the roughness. So if we put it on the projection of this roughness map, put it in roughness. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able, I don't think I'm going to have time to go into every single detail and shading here. So I'm just going to like, you know, try to make this pop and explain as much as I can. But, you know, you can follow, you can rewatch this video and see what I'm doing. And you could, there's a lot of tutorials on Octane online if you're interested in learning how to use it. But I definitely recommend it. So there are different types of materials. Diffuse just doesn't have reflection. Obviously, it's diffuse. I like using universal because it's like, it has everything. So, I mean, we could use, a different kind of, actually, let's leave it like that for now. I think it's fine. Let's just up the resolution because I can't see much of my details. And let's increase our samples. Like, let's go to 350. Yeah. I can start to see stuff. Like I can see here details. We might zoom in later. We're just having an overall view of what's going on. So let's introduce a different color. Okay. Also, we might want to take this a bit more towards the whitish color. So we can, I'm dropping a color correction node here, and I can like either bring up the gamma, down the gamma, which brings it more to white, and then increase maybe the contrast. You know, just play around with those things. I know it looks like it's off-white, but we're gonna need like some kind of bump to pop it, and we'll use a bump in a bit. You could use the same one from the roughness and remap it. So like I can take this gradient. I'm clicking control to control, click and drag here to duplicate stuff. Bump. And like you can see, you can find a range. See, like now I can see some variation. Obviously, with a bump map, you don't want everything to be like you don't want black material, black values. You want to go for like something like a 25% vibrance with a 80. It depends. Like just have a look at it. D again, and then you can dial in your. You see, we're starting to see like some imperfections in the surface. Okay. Save. So now let's introduce a new material. Okay. So I'm going to save this. This is matte base totem. Let's call it marble totem because now we know what it is. Now let's work on a gold or like a silver. So a metallic material. So let's call this metallic. Okay, so right off the bat, I know there is in Octane, there's diffuse metallic, but I like using universal because I can dial in the metallic channel how much of the metallic tone I want. With metals, it's usually just using an imperfection map. So if I'm gonna use, so I'm gonna go back to bridge. If I'm gonna use like, if I'm gonna build a metal, I'll go into imperfections and I'll look like for maybe scratch or grunge or stuff like that. Frost is sometimes cool. It's like gives us this cold feeling. But really like shading comes down to for the first thing, it's the color palette, the lighting, and then like making things look natural. You don't want to force stuff, you know, you want to recreate stuff. And sometimes we tend to push things a bit too much because we think it's grainy or not. But that's why I up the resolution. And if I don't have that much memory or whatever, I'll maybe up the resolution, but render just a section of my image. just to make sure that things react to the light correctly. You know, like I can see the small highlights, which I like, you know, in the marble. So I'm keeping it. I know it can be, you know, you can spend days on these shots and tweaking them, but we don't have that now. We have 45 minutes max. So let's make this metal. So let's just, for now, let's just put it on top of it. Okay, so this is like extreme metal. Looks very bad. And remember, I told you, like the HDRI will, if it's very reflective, it'll at some point give you this black. And sometimes it's because of the how many bounces the reflection can do. So like in glossy depth, I have only 2 bounces. But notice when I bring it up, boom, these guys come up. But even sometimes you'll have even more. And that's because of your HDRI or your ground. So just keep that in mind. You can see this. Like, just now it's bouncing 2 times. So now the glossy, which is reflection, is going 1, 2 and stopping. But now it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now it's going the rays are bouncing more and more. You might not want it that much. It might be 4, you know, it should be fine. So yeah, this guy is like super reflective, all that stuff. But let's focus on how we're gonna make it not so uniform. So we got this imperfection. Let's go to projection. You know, let's make this not mesh UV. Let's put it on box object space. And yeah, I think this size is good. I think it's good. Let's play with the scale. We might want it to be bigger and wide. You know, have fun with this. Like, this is very perceptual. Maybe we can add a gradient. So again, I type grade with 1 hand, grad, and I got this gradient. Put it on my nodes. And yeah, I can put it in where is it? Roughness. Let's forget about albedo for a second. Let's see what the roughness is. And look at that. Like, I know you can't see where it's being sharp. That's why we put this gradient. So if I go down with this and up here, I can start to see. I know it's hard to see like from your screen. Oh yeah, you can see it here definitely in these darker areas. You can see it like how it's not very straight, you know. There's not one main reflection going on everywhere. Look at this here, you know. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but this looks pretty cool. So let's try to blend between this material and the marble, and we can play around with each one of their colors, you know, just to make use of the map that we exported. Okay, let me just save this. All right, so we have these 2 materials, right? Let me just pause this render for a second. So we want to mix these 2. The easiest way to mix 2 materials in Octane is to use the Octane mix material. Obviously, it's very self-explanatory, but I personally am still looking into why sometimes I feel that the Octane composite, or like adding in within each one of these materials, there's a place where you can put a layered material, but I've struggled with those. But yeah, for now, we're just going to use the Octane mix. It's very straightforward. So we can mix materials. By default, there's like this amount slider, and we have this material here. So material 1, material 2, sorry. So let's put the marble in material 1 and the metallic in material 2. Now notice that here I got a mess of nodes, which is fine. Okay, what we can do is we can go to metallic, let's say the metallic totem. I can right click on it and go to select hierarchy. Now I can just move everything that has to do with that material on the side. Same thing with this guy, right click, select hierarchy. Oh, you see, it's a good thing we saved. Man. Okay, let's do it again. We saved, so no worries, no biggies. Let's go back. Always be ready for a crash. It always happens. And honestly, guys, like, it's not like I have a crappy laptop or something. Like, I do have some decent gear, but it just happens, you know. Memory going through, your computer's been on for a while. You know, sometimes you have memory leaks. When you have AMD, from what I heard recently, that if you had an AMD processor and the NVIDIA GPU, sometimes it does like these weird blue screens and stuff like that. But you know, that's why we need to always save our work. Anyway, we're back here. So let me just open my, oh, I don't have my Octane here, Octane template. Never mind. Just let Octane turn on again. So Octane live viewer, let's go back here. Let's see where we were. All right, we were at the metal and we were just about to put the mix material. Perfect. So again, let's put the mix material and let's put the marble in 1 and metallic in 2. Let's open the node editor. Let's put it underneath here. Underneath here. Yep. Save. Right click. Let's move this. Select hierarchy. Please don't crash again. You know what? I'll just move this here so we don't get this crash. And hey, we have this vertex map from before. So, you know, CD, let's plug this into our amount. Okay, and let's see what this does. Okay, it's not very, oh, we still haven't assigned it. So I keep doing this mistake, sorry. So let's assign it and see. Okay, it's not very apparent, but we do see a mix. Let's change the color of our marble. So I don't know, let's go, let me see here. Like, these are Christmas, but I don't know, do you guys want to make this Christmas? Christmassy? Let's try this one. It's like very light. So what's cool about this one, we can do copy. And yeah, it copied the number, which is really cool. So I'll just put a gradient here, Octane gradient, and I'll control the dark and light values. But for now, let me just remove one of these. Go to this one. And let's go to the number here. And you see it's 0, 0 because it's black. And let me just paste. And now I have that color. You know, and what's cool is that because this was a shade, like a texture, if I remap like the darkest color to maybe a darker version of this red, we'll get some cool variations. So like, let's go here and like, let's bring this down a bit. There. Pretty cool. Yeah. See? So I have this like kind of off red marble going on. I think it's pretty cool. But do you notice that, did you notice why we got the vertex map thing? So now if I wanted to, I can just take this gradient, the one that we used for the vertex map, and I can change where this marble is happening. So I can go like this, less marble maybe. I can't tell which one. Yeah, there you go. More marble, less marble. You know, maybe I can make it even more defined where it's happening. You can change like the interpolation, so you can have it step, so that it just jumps between pieces on your, maybe you can add a white here again. So you can have in between places. Just have fun with it. Look at that. Just, you have all this data, try to use it. We could even use this to add a third material. But I don't think we're gonna have time to do all that. I just want you to understand like how amazing. Look, we could have used Octane inside of Houdini, but I personally just feel more comfortable going out of Houdini and approaching shading in a different environment. That's just a personal, kind of way of doing things. I'm not saying it's the right way or wrong way. There is no right or wrong. I think it would be even, like other people would say, it would be even better to use Octane and Houdini, although Octane specifically has had a lot of issues with Houdini. Like not as, as people, but it's been a bit hard to kind of sometimes get it to work right with Houdini. I'm pretty sure they fixed it now. But I'm just used to this kind of workflow, and it works for me, So yeah, let's just use this vertex map. This is the info. This is how you can access your geometry from basically from Houdini, in Octane. And look at all these variations we're doing. Let's do one last thing on the main mesh before we move. I mean, we still have 25 minutes or so. I'll keep 10 minutes before we go into Q&A. Like maybe you guys want to ask some more questions. You have specific questions. So let's do one more thing. Since it's Christmassy and whatever. Actually, wait, let's follow this guy here. So we have this. I mean, we have this kind of gray. I don't know. Let's just add like a blue, maybe blue glow on one of these materials. So actually, let's bring in our pop sim. Yeah. And let's play around with maybe some refractive material or something like that. So let's go create material extension, Octane material. Let's put it in there. And let's go back, obviously, to my favorite universal. This time, let's put the albedo all the way down to black. Is this? Oh yeah, there's two of them. I forgot about that. Okay. Albedo all the way black. Let's go to transmission and put it all the way to white. Okay. Now we are faking somewhat a subsurface scattering with this way of rendering. Because essentially what's happening in the transmission type, it's a diffuse type. But the second I go to specular, it's going to turn into glass. Into this kind of water. Let's try to develop this a bit further. So let's touch up on a bit of subsurface scattering. Okay. So in the medium tab, we have three modes of scattering. We have absorption, which is kind of how normally colored glass absorbs colors from the light. So like, let's say if a glass is red, it would absorb everything. It would absorb red and reflect all the other colors. So that's kind of how that one works. The normal scattering one is basically it's one that I use a lot because it's very fast and you can stylize it. Random walk is kind of more like skin, like it's very realistic, Let's use scattering. It's fun to use. Okay. So you got these parameters. You have density, very self-explanatory. If I go down with it, you see it starts to get less and less opaque. You have absorption. You can see them here. Absorption, the displacement. I'm not going to get into that. I don't usually use it here. Absorption, scattering, and emission. Absorption is basically like the absorption that I spoke to you about. So let's like put a RGB, okay? So RGB spectrum, just a color in absorption. And let's say this one's going to absorb like a blue. Maybe. or I don't know, a green. Let's make it like some alien juice. Okay, now we can't see much in the thin parts, but we can start to see here that we have a green color. If I up the density, I'll start to see it even more. See that? All right. Now to go that extra mile and see what scattering does, basically you have, I'm afraid to annotate because I don't know how to delete. But basically, if the light is coming in from here, the rays will go like boom, 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 boom. The photons will start to bounce, depending on what that scattering coefficient is. So that's why usually in scattering, I don't use a color. You could, but I just use a float. So a really cool thing to do with Octane is just to go like click like that, like just select, boom, write the node that you want. So I want to float. And I prefer like float texture, just in case I want to add color. So right off the bat, you'll start to see that it gets darker. And the more I go in, the less clear this thing is getting. Why is that? Exactly what I said. When the light is hitting into the surface, it's starting to go boom, boom, boom. It's starting to like bounce and scatter. That's what subsurface scattering. It's the second it enters the surface, it's going to start to scatter the light in all these random directions. And this is the coefficient that you're going to use to control that amount. Okay? So, how do we control all this? There's one last thing, and why I say that scattering medium, that scattering model here is more of a stylized approach, is because we can add emission. In real life, there really isn't any emission that happens. Your skin doesn't emit light, like unless you have some bioluminescent molecules under your skin. But for aesthetics, I think Octane have introduced this idea of emission, as more of a stylized approach. So let's take the emission and add, I usually use black body emission because it tends to not throw so many quote unquote fireflies in your render. Let's put it on surface brightness. So it just is limited to the surface and doesn't like act as a light. And let's bring down the power. So this is kind of like how you would control the subsurface of your, of your refractive thing. You would use like this kind of emission, I mean, it looks cool. I don't know about you guys, but it's so stylized, right? Anyway, why not using Keyshot? I knew someone would ask that question. I don't know how to use Keyshot. I'm sorry. I never tried it. But yeah, you can go ahead, use whatever you want, guys. Honestly, just use whatever you want. I thought it would be cool to like show you guys how to use Octane. With all the info. You could everything that I exported, by the way, can use you can use it in Keyshot. But given that I'm from a VFX background, in production, we always tend to use either Redshift or Octane or Arnold. But for webinars, I don't think Arnold is the best option with the CPU based stuff. No offense, I think Arnold is maybe the most powerful renderer. But for quick, fast look dev, I personally prefer Octane. There is no better. There is no best or better. It's really about you guys, how you use it, honestly. I've even used V-Ray, I've used cycles, not Keyshot, but yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I think there's one more thing I want to do. Actually, let's maybe do what I want to do on the feathers on these guys. Although we might not see much of it. But, yeah. Let's just drop the metal on the feather here. And maybe we can add like a translucent thing Actually, the red looks cool. I don't know. What do you guys think? Yeah, we tried to go for this Christmassy thing. I don't know. Let's go maybe for. I think I'm gonna keep it this way. Maybe I'll just add some reflections on the things in the back. Let's add some lights to pop out stuff. Okay. Before I don't know if we're gonna have time to go into what's it called? Yeah, let me make this bigger for you guys. I'm gonna stop using this node editor so you guys can see what we're doing. Okay. Also, a cool thing we can do is we can add some LUTs on our camera. So let's go to extension C4D Octane camera tags. They have built-in LUTs, which are lookup tables. You can control, by the way, the exposure, highlight compression, so you don't have like burnt highlights. And you can go into like, you can toggle with these looks, see which one you like the most. This one looks cool. A bit grungy, but it pops out the colors. Yeah, it looks cool. Okay, so let's just make sure we're, centering our image. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there we go. Let's play with this light. So let's like put a light here. I'm just gonna like put some lights to, look, if I turn this off, it's not that strong, but it's just adding a bit more specular, It might be too much. Just play around with these lights, Usually you'd have a 3-point light, but my HDRI is doing a lot of work already. Like, I don't know, we got lucky with this one, but it's doing a lot of work, You could put it maybe like that. But honestly, I like where it was. This is really cool. We can add like some temperature lights. Let's see. You could always turn, if you want to check what your light is doing, just go to your HDRI and just put power down. And obviously I have my light the other way. There we go. All right. Let's like make this a cold temperature. You could always like also say it's not visible in diffuse. It's just playing with the specular. If you want to do like just to pump your speculars. Yeah. It's a bit burnt. Let's go down with this guy. Always like turn it on and off. You don't want your image to be flat as well. You want some contrast someplace. So yeah, you can see here it's dark. Here there's like a light. You could make your light source small and then make it very strong. That's too much, but you can do that so that you can get sharper shadows. You see, it's very subtle what it's doing here. I can A/B it if you want. Just right click, go to where is it? Store render buffer. And then I'll just turn it off. And then now you can see without width. Sometimes you want it to be like that. Sometimes you don't. I like it like this personally. I have like this place where there's light coming from this part more. I know it is kind of overall flat just because we're facing it. We're head on, So, yeah. Okay, I'm kind of happy with what the raw render looks like. Let's try to see what happens if I go into path tracing, just out of curiosity. Yeah, you see, like we lit it in not path tracing. So it would give completely different vibe. So I'm gonna stick to direct lighting. I like what it looks like. So let's go with direct lighting. Okay. We got what? We got 20 minutes, 10 minutes. I don't know if we're gonna have time to do all the render passes, to be honest. So maybe we'll leave it for another time. I'm gonna just export this as with an alpha, and maybe we'll just put like some snow behind it. Looks like a pirate, or I don't know what it looks like, but it looks cool. Oh, by the way, one last thing before we export. Let's just duplicate this camera and let's like get closer. And I want to show you, like, if I just put this, let me just make a background that's black. Okay. What's pretty cool is you would want to like play with focal length, like maybe you can make it very weirdly like 12 millimeter, and then you can get really close. And then obviously you would change the lighting, like maybe you would make the sky off. I don't want to ruin the previous image, so like this. But what we can do is in Octane, you can click on this F focus, go back to your lens, and then open up the aperture. And we can get some cool stuff, like some cool close-ups, or, I didn't spend so much time now lighting a close-up. We worked more on like a portrait. But look at this gives us like an idea of what we've been doing with the shaders. By the way, you could always run a subdivision mesh on this. Like, I'm scared to do it here right now at the end of our thing. But yeah, I mean, this is our guy. So yeah, let's export this. I don't know. Maybe we should just do some questions if you guys have any questions. Like, let me just do a quick export, whatever, and then we can do the questions. I'll just show you what I do usually. Like a quick export in what's it called, in After Effects. By the way, I'm just putting up the samples here. I feel that this is low res. I don't know why. Let me just put 2048 by 2048. Let's make it a square. It looks like it's sitting on some kind of, I don't know. These are the happy accidents I was talking about, by the way. Like, I wasn't even looking at this area, but it looks like it's sitting on some kind of cloud or something. And this could inspire me to like add a cloud literally down here, So always explore those things, So yeah, let's render it. Save. By the way, yeah, if you're saving this without doing any compositing, just go buffer type LDR. sRGB is good. I'm not gonna do any denoising because I put a lot of samples now. Save. Let me just save it as a TIFF. C4D renders. And this is our Dream Flake. Dream Flake alien totem. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Well, this is rendering. If you guys have any questions, please let me know. Let me see. Q&A. Nothing.
Yeah, Anthony, thanks for the awesome webinar and your time today on this Tuesday to give all these people a free holiday gift here.
Yeah, no worries. It was a pleasure.
Yeah.
It was fun.
It goes so fast, you know.
Yeah, right? Oh my God.
Yeah. So if anyone has any questions, please ask them now before we end it. You'll get, when it's done processing from Zoom, you'll get an automated email that comes from our email address, which will have the link to download and all that. Since this is a free webinar, we always let our free webinars be downloadable so you can keep it as a gift. And also 5 lucky people that attended live will get chosen at random to win free access to our next 4 webinars in January. And we'll notify those people by their Instagram handle. So yeah, other than that, definitely check out all the new videos on our YouTube of our finals presentations. You'll see Anthony there a few times because he was in the first semesters. And a lot of cool work there to check out and learn about. And yeah, thank you all so much. Have a good holidays, whatever holidays you're celebrating. And looking forward to the next ones.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Design Morphine. Thanks, everyone, to everyone who followed through. Happy holidays. Enjoy, and definitely, if you guys do anything, you know, from this tutorial, make sure to tag us so we can see like what you guys learned. It'll be nice.
Yes, please do. Okay. Goodbye, everyone. See you, Anthony.
Bye, Mike. Bye, everyone. Thank you so much.